Yo, what's up everybody, and welcome to episode 1 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. It's here where we're going to analyse each first party studio and see how they're getting on 2 years into the generation, and most importantly, are they helping to change the narrative that Xbox is still struggling with first party content? As it's the first episode, I wanted to start with one of my favourite studios and kick this series off on a very positive note, because let's be real here, there's going to be some downer episodes. Founded in 2010 as Zipline Studios, this Canadian-based developer changed its name to Black Tusk in 2012 and was working on a new IP that never got properly shown off before finally setting on the Coalition 2 years later. A fitting name for the developer who was then tasked with making games in the Gears universe that Microsoft had just acquired from Epic. Microsoft also hired Rod Ferguson, who was the executive producer on the first 3 Gears of War games, to lead the studio and oversee development. It's therefore not surprising that they then hit the ground running with a well-received remaster of the original Gears of War in 2015 and followed it up with a worthy sequel in Gears of War 4 in 2016. The Xbox One had a lot of problems, but games wasn't one of them at the start of the generation, and the Coalition was a big reason why.
There's no choices about is Connect in or out. Right. Connect is in. And fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. So stick with 360. That's your message if you don't like it?
That's enough of a history lesson. More importantly, how are they getting on this generation? Honestly, there's nothing negative to say. At the time of upload, they've updated both Gears 5 and Gears Tactics for the launch of the series consoles, both of which were well received by fans and reviewers. I can personally testify to just how good Gears 5 is on a Series X, as the Hive Busters expansion took me about an hour longer than it would have if it were not for me just walking around aimlessly taking in the graphics, and at a fluid 60 FPS too. Outside of the Gears franchise, they also helped Epic Games to release The Matrix Awakens, an Unreal 5 showcase which apparently Epic was struggling to get working on a Series S. Again, another product that was praised for its graphical showcase and a brief glimpse into what this generation will look like in a couple of years, when we fully move on from the Xbox One and PS4 generation and developers start cutting their teeth on Unreal Engine 5.
In an industry where actors have tried to remain perpetually young, we wondered about digital faces that could become immortal.
Hi.
So yeah, there's nothing really to criticize, so surely we should be confident in their next project, right? Unfortunately not fully confident. At the beginning of 2020, the previously mentioned studio head, Rod Ferguson, left to join Blizzard, who was last seen at the showcase announcing Diablo 4. And as we'll go into more details in future episodes, I'm looking squarely at you 343. Incompetent leadership/management can really affect development due to Microsoft's very hands-off approach with their developers. Between potentially worse new leadership and COVID forcing them to work from home for a significant amount of time, there is a little chance future games could have a more struggled development, though there are no such rumours to back this up compared to other studios under the Xbox umbrella like Rare, where we haven't seen Everwild despite being 2 years past that very smoke and mirrors CGI trailer.
Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it.
As of 2022, it is believed that one of the future projects is Gears 6, which, let's be real, is definitely in development, and a new IP that's going to be a more experimental title. Although it's been 3 years since we've heard anything, a longer period than we're used to considering there were only 3 years between Gears 4 and 5, I'm still going to remain confident until there's concrete proof something's gone wrong. Just not fully confident until we know how the studio is doing post Rod Ferguson. Anyways, I can't wait to see what they're working on, how they're going to take advantage of new hardware that target exclusively next-gen consoles, and most importantly, how they're going to tackle the very divergent plot points at the end of Gears 5. Xbox has a great studio here and proof that their hands-off approach works under the right circumstances. Hopefully Phil and the Coalition can keep this success going. Hey everyone, welcome to episode 2 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. Hopefully you see my first episode, which was an extremely positive analysis on the Coalition, due to the quality they've consistently brought to the Xbox ecosystems with their many Gears of War games. However, whilst there's been pretty much nothing negative to say about the Coalition, the same can't be said for the studio we're looking at in this video, Compulsion Games, who is also the most mysterious developer currently under Xbox Game Studios. Like the Coalition, Compulsion Games is also a Canadian-based studio, this time in the French-speaking Montreal as opposed to Vancouver over on the West Coast. Founded in 2009 by ex-Arkane developer Guillaume Provost, this studio worked on a few external projects, including 2010's third-person action-adventure game Darksiders, to fund their first internally designed game, 2013's Contrast. Originally prototyped by just the founder of the company, if you were deep into the games industry at the time, you wouldn't be wrong for associating this puzzle-based platformer, and by extension Compulsion Games itself, far more with PlayStation. Not only was Contrast a launch title for the PS4 and didn't come to Xbox One until the following year, but also because it was the first PS4 game to be free via PlayStation Plus. It was actually because of PlayStation Plus that I gave it a go towards the end of 2013, but truthfully, I don't remember it being great and put it down quickly. The Metacritic score seems about right to me. After Contrast, Compulsion Games announced the Kickstarter for their next game, We Happy Few, in 2015, and it was at Xbox's E3 showcase the following year. What an unforgettable trailer that was. Fast forward to 2018, Compulsion Games is officially acquired by Microsoft and joins Xbox Game Studios before releasing We Happy Few, which remained multi-platform later in the year. It was also one of the many games originally banned in Australia for its portrayal of drug use, but fortunately the ban was reversed after appeal and the game was able to launch globally. Unfortunately, like Contrast, it was again disappointing because it didn't come close to matching the quality of the game's 2016 showing, which portrayed a far more narrative-focused game without any hint of the procedurally generated gameplay. Again, the Metacritic seems about right. It's here where the mystery of the developer begins, as ever since We Happy Few's DLC that was released in 2019, we haven't heard a peep from the developer over 3 years later. So, am I confident that this team will produce? Colour me slightly optimistic, probably more than I should be. Compulsion's output has been objectively average, but this is when they were a small independent studio. With Microsoft's financial backing, over 4 years already to work away behind the scenes, and Compulsion's own post-mortem on We Happy Few, where it becomes clear they knew exactly where they went wrong, I'm optimistic that these changes mean the first great Compulsion game is coming. The company has also more than doubled its team to over 80 developers post-acquisition, which should help better execute on the interesting concepts they come up with and match the scale of said concept. As I keep saying, Compulsion's 2016 trailer for We Happy Few was not only amazing, but its drug-focused Orwellian world was very original. Hopefully, whatever future project they're working on can now hit the level of quality when it comes to the game itself. Welcome to episode 3 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. This time, we're looking at Undead Labs. Whereas episode 1 on the Coalition was all positive, this episode is going to be the complete opposite. If you're an Xbox fanboy who can't handle any criticism of the brand, you can go ahead and click off this video now. You're not going to like what I have to say. Founded in November 2009 by Jeff Strain, with a sole focus on zombie-based games, this Seattle-based studio is known for the State of Decay franchise. It would be another 4 years or so when the first State of Decay would release on Xbox 360 via Xbox Live Arcade, and was met with relatively positive reviews and a respectable 78 on Metacritic. I didn't play the original release, but I remember the game being described as a great zombie survival simulator that was marred down by ugly image quality and a choppy frame rate. This is why I was very excited to play the Xbox One version that came out in 2015, as surely these issues would be gone with more development time and more powerful hardware. Wrong. The game was still so bogged down with glitches and terrible performance that I put it down after a few hours.
Nice.
State of Decay 2 also got off on the wrong foot. The original game, which was single player only, was envisioned as a step towards Undead Labs' full online console game. Basically, get the bones of a good zombie survival simulator figured out before opening it up to become a massively multiplayer online game on the Xbox One. Yet State of Decay 2 had none of this and was basically more State of Decay with online co-op. Metacritic was even worse for State of Decay 2, getting a 66 on Xbox One. Coming out 5 years later in 2018, this isn't even surprising given the lack of innovation and once again an unforgivable amount of bugs and performance issues. I didn't even bother with this one. Anyways, shortly after the release of State of Decay 2, Microsoft announced they had acquired Undead Labs at their 2018 E3 presentation. Fast forward a bit to 2020 and we get the first glimpse of State of Decay 3 with a CGI trailer. Out of all the terrible smoke and mirror trailers Xbox showed in that 2020 showcase, to make it look like their first party content was in a much better situation than it was, this one might have been the most offensive. It literally tells us nothing about the game. What exacerbates the problem of announcing games when you have nothing to show is that we're now over 2 years on from this trailer and we have yet to see it again. Even under normal circumstances, this would be a terrible cadence to show off your game, and unfortunately, the reasons why we haven't seen more can paint a worse picture of the company.
Days Gone. Days Gone. Sorry. What is going on?
Oh my god!
Oh, I hate that.
In March of 2022, Kotaku published an article detailing allegations of sexism, bullying, and burnout at Undead Labs. It's quite the article that I recommend you read to get the full picture of just how toxic Undead Labs is, where here are some of the cliff notes. Point 1. The sexist studio culture was abetted by Philip Holt, the new studio head who replaced Strain, and then head of HR Anne Schlosser. Schlosser was removed after a Microsoft HR investigation. The toxic environment, which continued after Schlosser's departure, led to a high employee turnover rate, especially among experienced staff. Point 2. A lack of design vision contributed to extensive delays in the development of State of Decay 3. Point 3. Employees blamed Microsoft for not living up to its goals of diversity, equity, and inclusion by not responding to reports of abuse in a timely manner. Point 4. The game is still in pre-production due to this mismanagement and toxic culture. One source felt State of Decay 3 could be stuck in pre-production for a year or more. They're still square one with a lot of stuff. So, am I confident that State of Decay 3 will be a good game that's released anytime soon, thus building momentum for Undead Labs to flourish under Xbox Game Studios? Not a chance. Whereas Microsoft's very hands-off approach worked well for the Coalition, as they have great leadership and a focused vision for the Gears franchise and probably what's coming next. The complete shit show at Undead Labs shows the bad side to this approach. Microsoft must impose itself on its developers when bad actors take advantage of the lack of oversight originally granted so that the acquired studio could hopefully maintain why it was worth being acquired in the first place. One former developer puts it well. We were afraid they would come in and change our culture, but our collapse came from within, and we could have used Microsoft's help. As it stands, Undead Labs is a company with a track record of buggy games and not delivering on the MMO game for Xbox One. State of Decay 3 is a game that got announced over 2 years ago that's still in pre-production and will continue to be for at least another year according to Kotaku sources. Most importantly, it's not entirely sure if management has learned the right lessons that spawned a toxic culture once the founder of the company left, who incidentally did respond in a Medium post that is no longer up. I give it more of a chance that Undead Labs becomes Dead Labs than us seeing a good State of Decay 3 before 2025.
I didn't expect this. This is
going a long time too.
fucked. This just like destroyed the whole game. Oh my god. Oh, that was like the car's gone. The car's not even.
What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 4 of my State of Xbox Game Studio series. I'll be honest, when researching Undead Labs for episode 3, I knew it was going to be a downer because I was already aware of their track record of disappointingly buggy games and missing their own public expectations they set, namely an MMO zombie survival simulator on Xbox One. But after researching exactly why we haven't seen anything of State of Decay 3 since that trailer from over 2 years ago, I was shocked to find the situation was so much worse than the already low opinion I had for the developer. That episode might end up being the most negative of the series, even if some end up sounding more disappointing like the future 343 episode. So to bring more positivity here, I've decided that this episode will delve into one of Xbox's oldest developers. One that has been a consistent example of high quality for Xbox Game Studios for over 2 decades. Turn 10 Studios.
This is the all-new Forza Motorsport.
Founded in 2001 by Dan Greenawalt, mere months before the North American launch of the original Xbox, this Redmond-based studio was established to develop a series of racing games which later became known as Forza Motorsport. Whilst many in the company had experience publishing games, like the now dormant Project Gotham Racing series, they had little involvement in actual game development. Despite this inexperience, the first Forza Motorsport was designed to show technological capabilities of the first Xbox, including its Xbox Live integration for online play. Starting from the original release, every Forza title also included an artificial neural network for AI racers, called Drivatars, which were designed to learn and adapt to the player's driving, a feature that's missing from many racing games even releasing now over 20 years later. The first Forza Motorsport was launched in May 2005, just 6 months before the launch of the Xbox 360, and thus succeeding in getting the highest graphical fidelity out of the original Xbox, due to their many years with their system. It also differentiated itself from its main competition, PlayStation's Gran Turismo, by not limiting its appeal solely to racing enthusiasts, but still highlighting car culture along the way. Turn 10 Studios has since released a new Forza Motorsport every 2 years, adding new tracks, hundreds of cars, and upgrading features like Drivatars, which introduced cloud integration for Forza Motorsport 5 at Xbox One's launch in 2013 until Forza Motorsport 7 in 2017. Full disclosure, I'm not a fan of simulation racing games, and so I have pretty much no experience with the main Forza franchise. I'd much rather play something like Split Second or the Forza Horizon series, which I'll discuss my extensive experience with in Playground Games this episode. In fact, the only one I have played is Forza Motorsport 7, and that was only for about an hour or so to see how good the game looked at native 4K on the recent released Xbox One X in 2017. However, we can look at the Metacritic for the series to see just how high the quality has consistently been. The original Forza Motorsport scored a 92, and the subsequent ones scored 90, 92, 91, 79, 87, and 86, averaging a score of 88. Although this score has dipped a little bit during the Xbox One era, with the biggest one coming from Forza 5, and let's be real, Xbox had far bigger issues in 2013.
It's called Xbox 360.
Right.
That's still an impressive run of games. I'm sure most developers out there would love to have 79 be the lowest point in their franchise, especially for one that's put out so many games in 12 years. It's clear fans of the series love the games, which is also why the franchise has sold 16 million copies to date. That being said, after releasing the next iteration every 2 years, 7 times, 2017 did feel like a good time to take an elongated break. If only to get away from the meme of Xbox only having Gears, Halo and Forza. And despite no actual public announcement of this break, 2 years went by, and we heard nothing of Forza 8. It wouldn't be until Microsoft's 2020 showcase before we saw it again, and even then, this was just a mini teaser trailer confirming the series would drop the number to signify a franchise reboot. One that would also only appear on next-gen hardware. Again, it would be another 2 years before we'd get a substantial update, and in my opinion too long to wait, at Microsoft's 2022 showcase. We finally saw some gameplay, including new features like dynamic weather and ray tracing during races, and we finally got a release window of Q1 2023. Again, even as someone who's not a fan of these games, I can tell it looked amazing. Though apparently, according to Digital Foundry, footage uploaded after the showcase wasn't exactly truthful. As you can see in the trailer right now, the video claims this is in-game 4K footage. Yeah, according to DF, the graphics here look much better than the other video that was in the showcase, as this race is rendering at native 4K and with better RT rendering. Turns out this trailer was actually just a race replay and not actual racing gameplay.
Does the 1 minute long trailer have better ray tracing settings than the 5 minute long demo? And then out of the blue, Turn 10 actually announced in a stream that this 1 minute long trailer does indeed have better ray tracing quality than the 5 minute long demo. Specifically, they mentioned that replays, garage, photo mode, and more have ray traced global illumination, and I would imagine they also probably have better ray traced reflections in them. And that this 1 minute trailer is made up of shots with those replay mode graphics. That really explains a lot of the shots here, and specifically ones like this one, where the garage door opening shows really obvious bounce lighting and lighting quality that is far in excess of the 5 minute long gameplay demo.
Furthermore, despite the description for this video saying, "Witness the power of Xbox Series X," this race replay gameplay was actually running on a PC. This is quite a disingenuous thing to do, and something that DF rightly criticised them for. Especially compared to Sony, who are much more forthright in explaining exactly what they're showing in their trailers. Nonetheless, Turn 10 still claim the game will run at a native 4K at 60 with RT during races on a Series X. And even if it doesn't, it will still look better than the cross-generation Gran Turismo 7, which only had ray tracing and replays, as well as the cross-gen Forza Horizon 5, which doesn't support RT at all, due to it needing to render an open world. Gran Turismo had far bigger issues than graphics at launch anyways. So yeah, as you can tell, I'm not personally a fan of the franchise, but can still recognise the quality it's consistently brought over 7 games. Even to the point that many believe it surpassed its main competition in the Gran Turismo series. Slightly shady marketing and 2 years between announcement and first gameplay shown being too long a wait aside, I am supremely confident in Turn 10 and believe they will continue to be one of the best developers under Xbox Game Studios. Especially with it being 5 years since the last Forza Motorsport, Turn 10 has more than doubled the development time to reboot the franchise successfully and keep it relevant long into the future. Who knows, maybe this reboot will also have that one feature that makes me a fan. Welcome to episode 5 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. Episode 3, which looked at Undead Labs, could end up as the most negative one. Episode 4, which looked at Turn 10, could end up as the most positive. So, how do I follow up these drastically different episodes? This time, we're looking at World's Edge. Not because of anything to do with Xbox though, but because it's literally the hottest it's ever been here in London, and I need a new dev with little history, so I'm not spending ages next to this heater of a PC. I'm gonna roast if I had to record VO without a fan on for more than 5 minutes. If you're like me and knew very little about World's Edge before this video, I wouldn't be surprised as they don't even have their own website. Nonetheless, here's what I've been able to find. Founded in 2019 and again located in Redmond, Washington, where Microsoft headquarters are, World's Edge was internally created and headed up by Shannon Loftus, who was previously head of Xbox Game Studios Publishing. Think third-party deals like the recently released As Dusk Falls. The aim was to commit more resources and dedicated leadership to the Age of Empires franchise, and Microsoft to put their money where their mouth is, as they had just under 40 employees by the end of 2019. Since inception, it co-produced Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition with Forgotten Empires Games that was released in November 2019. It featured improved visuals, 4K, and all previous expansions from the original and HD edition, as well as 4 new campaigns. This was followed up with Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition that had the usual quality of life upgrades, plus the Mediterranean expansion, which introduces the Italians as a playable civilization, something planned to be included in the original 2005 game but was scrapped. Age of Empires 3 was once again in conjunction with Forgotten Empires and Tantalus Media and was released in October 2020. World's Edge then kept the yearly releases going with a completely new sequel in Age of Empires 4, this time in conjunction with Relic Entertainment. 3 games in 3 years, including a new game in the franchise over a decade in the making. They were also all well received. AoE 2 received an 84 on Metacritic, AoE 3 scored 75, and Age of Empires 4 scored 81, as well as winning the award for the Best Sim/Strategy Game at the Game Awards 2021. Some great scores, which proves their emphasis on collaboration with external developers works for them. As Shannon said herself, there's no world in which a Redmond-centric development studio is going to get the right global set of voices in, hence Relic, Forgotten Empires, etc. As for the future, according to VGC, it appears Microsoft were testing Age of Empires 4 for Xbox consoles in January, something that absolutely should happen, especially because they have mouse and keyboard support. Also, according to well-known Xbox insider Jez Corden, they may be exploring other titles based on the Age of Empires IP, which may include some kind of League of Legends-like type MOBA. I don't play RTS games, and so have had no reason to pay much attention to the developer until this video. From what I can tell though, they're one of the few Xbox game studios that's not only putting out quality games, but also are doing so on a consistent basis through external studio collaboration. I hope the rumours of Age of Empires 4 coming to Xbox does become reality, as this would bring World's Edge much more to the forefront of console-centric gamers, potentially taking the franchise to the next level and providing further value to the Xbox ecosystem with a first-party RTS exclusive, something you won't see on PlayStation anytime soon. Anyways, it's time to turn on those fans again. It's way too hot in this country right now. Welcome to episode 6 of my State of Xbox Games Studios series. Just a quick update on what's been going on. Unfortunately, I got COVID quite bad and it messed up my throat, so I wasn't able to record any scripts. However, I did use the time to write a lot of them, and so going forward, there shouldn't be a big gap between episodes again. I'm actually writing for episode 13 now, which will be on Tango Gameworks due to the number. Anyways, so far, we've seen some of the best and worst of Xbox first party, with Turn 10 Studios and Undead Labs respectively. But with us being a few episodes in now, I think it's time we finally start looking at a developer included in one of the big publisher acquisitions that shocked the industry. This time, we're looking at Bethesda's Machine Games. Founded in 2009, the Swedish developer was created by former employees of Starbreeze Studios, who came to prominence with 2004's Xbox exclusive The Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay, a surprisingly critically acclaimed hit that was even more impressive when compared to other movie tie-ins at the time, which were all pretty much viewed as terrible cash grabs. After unsuccessfully pitching game ideas to several publishers for 18 months, the team was running out of funds and even considered selling their homes to finance the studio further or face closure. Around this time, developer ID Software and the rights to its Wolfenstein series were acquired by Bethesda's parent company, Zenimax Media. Bethesda then offered Machine Games to work on one of its IP. When Jens Matthias, Machine Games' creative director, learned that no one was developing a Wolfenstein game at the time, he requested that they develop one. id Software was already impressed with the team's work while at Starbreeze, and only requested that Machine Games use their id Tech 5 engine. By November 2010, all necessary paperwork was completed, and the studio joined Bethesda and developed what would later become Wolfenstein: The New Order. By this time, around 70% of the company's employees originated from Starbreeze. Since Wolfenstein: The New Order in 2014, Machine Games has gone on to develop another 4 games in the franchise, dabbled a bit in the Quake franchise, and is now currently working on a title based on the Indiana Jones franchise, in conjunction with Lucasfilm. This was announced in January 2021, a few months after Xbox announced their intention to acquire Bethesda, which was completed in March 2021. Like many of Bethesda's developers, I have played most games that Machine Games have released, so let's briefly go through their output with the Wolfenstein franchise. Despite 2014 generally considered to be a poor year for video games, and the worst of the PS4/Xbox One era, Wolfenstein: The New Order was one of the few games that really stood out. Despite a heavy emphasis on story to complement the excellent gunplay, I never felt lost despite this being my first Wolfenstein game. In fact, I enjoyed The New Order so much that I got the Platinum Trophy 4 times, as this was a cross-gen title for PS3 and PS4, and due to the World War II imagery, separate German versions for these consoles had to be created that stripped out real-world figures to comply with German law. I also played 2015's smaller title, Wolfenstein: The Old Blood, but truthfully, I don't remember much except feeling slightly let down by the story. That's why I was even more happy to see 2017's proper sequel, Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus, was a return to form with some of the craziest set pieces you'll ever see in a video game. Seriously, 2017 is widely considered to be one of the best years in gaming and the best of the PS4/Xbox One era. Yet the story was so ridiculous that Giant Bomb had to have a separate category specifically for these sequences during their Game of the Year awards. Play this game. Anyways, 2019 saw the last 2 Wolfenstein games so far, Youngblood, which was a smaller scope spin-off starring BJ Blazkowicz's daughters, and the VR exclusive Cyber Pilot. When it comes to Youngblood, though obviously not as good as the main games, I still did enjoy it, certainly more than the Metacritic would say. I didn't play Cyber Pilot, as by 2019 I was done dealing with PSVR and its setup. Apparently it wasn't a great game anyways, so no loss there. Aside from dabbling with new levels in the Quake franchise, that's been pretty much it for Machine Games. So, let's now look to the future and see how the developer stacks up now under Xbox Game Studios. As stated earlier, we do know that their next game is Indiana Jones, which is one of the many games that got announced with a CGI trailer that tells us absolutely nothing. It's therefore quite hard to say how confident we should be, as we just don't know enough to form a proper opinion. Machine Games have proven their skills with third-person movie tie-ins before, with the Chronicles of Riddick, so I imagine the game will at least be good. And if they do decide to go first-person, they've already proven their pedigree with numerous Wolfenstein titles. What is concerning though is that we haven't gotten an update, let alone any gameplay, over 18 months after announcement. We need to see more, and we should have by now. They're almost certainly working on Wolfenstein 3 as well, which has been confirmed in interviews they've done, where they've essentially said it would be the final chapter in a trilogy. They haven't made a bad mainline Wolfenstein yet, and with Microsoft money now funding the game, I'm very confident this will serve as a great end chapter to this special series. This is one of the few Bethesda games, however, that I believe should remain on PlayStation despite the acquisition. Phil Spencer said anything with a legacy would remain multi-platform, and with 5 games already on PlayStation, one more than even what's on Xbox due to 2019's PSVR title, I'd say that counts, and that would be messed up to take away the final game in the trilogy from people who played this series on PlayStation. And no, this is not me being a PlayStation fanboy, being salty about games being taken away. I'm more than happy for Starfield, Redfall, Indiana Jones, Elder Scrolls 6, etc. to all be Xbox exclusive, as they're all new stories and all new franchises that have no legacy on PlayStation. We're in unprecedented times though, with big acquisitions taking place all over the industry, and with that should come a rewriting of the rules, which means having first-party games remaining multi-platform when it makes sense. Wolfenstein 3 should be on PlayStation, just as Destiny 2 must remain on Xbox. Regardless of exclusivity, however, I am very confident in whatever Wolfenstein 3 becomes. as for Indiana Jones, we just don't know enough. Which is why I hate how Microsoft have cadenced out many of their game announcements, because it's now 18 months later, we still know nothing about the game. Hopefully we find something out soon, and that the news isn't dire like what's going on with Perfect Dark. Speaking of which, I think it's time we finally delve into that historic franchise, and what's going on with the initiative in the next episode.
This is just the beginning.
What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 7 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. Unfortunately, much like episode 3 with Undead Labs, this is going to be a negative episode, as this time we're looking at what was supposed to be Xbox's answer to PlayStation's premier studios, the Initiative. However, this is the one video I'd recommend you watch the whole way through. Despite there being so much negativity already surrounding the young studio, you'll be surprised about how confident I am in their upcoming game, even if it's definitely not releasing for another few years. Let's get into it.
Did you find the answers you were looking for, Agent Dark?
Not yet. This is just the beginning.
Founded in 2018 and announced at that year's E3, the initiative was internally created by Microsoft to produce what Xbox described as quadruple A games that revivaled the tentpole blockbuster exclusives on PlayStation, like God of War and The Last of Us. That's why the company is based in Santa Monica, California, as this made it possible to poach people from big neighboring developers. For example, the studio is led by Daryl Gallagher, who was previously studio head of Crystal Dynamics. Other veterans were also recruited around the area, including the writer of Red Dead Redemption, the lead producer of 2018's God of War, and Drew Murray, creative director of Sunset Overdrive, as well as people from BioWare, Respawn, Blizzard, and even Naughty Dog. After the announcement, there'd be no further updates until the 2020 Game Awards, when it was announced that they were working on a Perfect Dark reboot. It was described as an eco-sci-fi adventure that will still star the iconic character Joanna Dark, whose talents would rival Lara Croft, but would do so in first person. This was great news for the Perfect Dark fans like me who were clamoring for the next chapter in the franchise. I loved the original N64 game so much that I got the expansion pack specifically for it so I could play the campaign. Its successor, 2005's Perfect Dark Zero, was a launch game for the Xbox 360, and it was the primary reason why the 360 was the first console I bought that generation, despite owning a GameCube and PS2 and not an original Xbox. I know it's seen as a poor follow-up to the 2000 original, but I still enjoyed it, especially the online multiplayer. Anyways, despite the trailer only being a CGI teaser, for this one, it was understandable. The studio wasn't even 2 years old, and most of that period was figuring out how to create a working development environment under lockdown. It was just great to see Perfect Dark was returning, and to know what this self-proclaimed quadruple A PlayStation rival was working on. But then E3 2021 came and went with no update, and I got a little worried. Then, my worry was exacerbated in September 2021, when the initiative announced that Perfect Dark would be developed in partnership with the then Square Enix subsidiary, Crystal Dynamics. Furthermore, this announcement was done via a couple of tweets, just before close of business on a Friday. It basically screamed, "Hey, this is bad news we're trying to bury," especially as the tweet mentioned they're still somehow in early development, over 3 years after the studio was formed. It's clear something wasn't right, and then in March 2022, we found out what went down. Video Games Chronicle published a report where insiders described fast and furious exits from the initiative, where as much as half of the core development team working on the Perfect Dark reboot had quit in the last year. That includes most of the senior design team, for example, a game director, lead level designer, principal world builder, 2 senior system engineers, 3 former God of War designers, the 2 most senior writers, technical director, technical art director, lead gameplay engineer, lead animator, and QA lead. Design director Drew Murray even went back to Insomniac in a more junior role compared to the one he was in when he originally left to go to the Initiative. Interviews with these former senior developers cited a lack of creative autonomy as the primary reason for their departures. Apparently, this top-down development hierarchy was primarily due to studio heads Gallagher and Neuberger, who were originally at Crystal Dynamics, where games were made with the top-down direction. Senior team members were frustrated by this and didn't feel heard on key issues and were expecting a more bottom-up approach. As a result, it's claimed that development has progressed painfully slowly and a solid company culture never formed. This culture issue is partly behind the decision to collaborate with Crystal Dynamics, with Gallagher hoping production would move more smoothly with a team familiar with their methods. Finally, outgoing staff believe Crystal Dynamics' introduction, combined with the significant senior departures, triggered an effective soft reboot of Perfect Dark that is still years away from release. Like we also saw with Undead Labs, former employees were surprised at how lenient Microsoft had been over the lack of progress. As it stands, the Initiative is a shadow of the studio it was meant to be when initially created. According to LinkedIn, there's now fewer than 50 people working there, and there are currently just 3 open roles advertised. That's not enough people to even make a competent AA game, let alone one that would compete with PlayStation's best. Ironically, the reason why the Initiative was based in Santa Monica also turned out to be the reason for it not becoming the powerhouse developer it was supposed to be. As competition for experienced talent is at an all-time high following a pandemic-fueled gaming boom, and unhappy staff have plenty of alternative employment opportunities at the large number of neighboring AAA studios. Nonetheless, with Crystal Dynamics now on the project, this soft reboot of the Perfect Dark reboot should now have a smooth development due to their prior workings with the head of the Initiative. It does basically mean that it's essentially a Crystal Dynamics game now, and that there's no way it comes out before 2025. But it should be a great game when it does release, which is the main thing. And if the future of the Initiative is basically a support studio who requires external developer collaboration to make blockbuster games, I'm confident in their future even if it means that wasn't the original plan. However, if they do staff up again later, Microsoft must take on a more hands-on approach to ensure it's done correctly this time. It's great to see Phil wanting to let these developers have their own autonomy, and it works well with certain developers like the Coalition. As we saw with Undead Labs, the Initiative, and future studios will go into, there's just too many examples of this leniency being abused. We'd all rather see a great game from a developer with less upper management autonomy than what we're currently seeing at the aforementioned studios, especially with the Initiative. It's just a terrible look when they were meant to be the PlayStation killer, and so far, the only thing they've killed is years of wasted development time. What's up everybody, and welcome to episode 8 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. For this episode, we're going back to Bethesda's roster. This time, it's AlphaDog Games, their most unknown developer. Let's find out why this is the case, and figure out if they can become a big player under the Xbox Game Studios umbrella. Founded in 2012, this Nova Scotian-based developer was co-founded by Sean Woods and Jeff Cameron, who still remain co-studio directors. And although they have a lot of experience working for numerous AAA publishers, AlphaDog Games started off developing independent mobile games. Their first one was called Wraithborn, and it came to iOS and Android phones very shortly after the company was founded. Their website describes it as a visceral whack and smash experience in a dark fantasy world that over 1.5 million players have enjoyed. Utilizing Unreal Engine, you take control of a lone warrior to defeat fearsome monsters with a combination of fast-paced action combat and strategic use of powerful rune magic in this free-to-play game. I hadn't heard of the game before doing research for this episode, and neither the generic gameplay on screen nor the description of the game convinced me even a little to try it out. So, let's move on to their next game, Monstrous City Rampage. This mobile game came out a few years later and is clearly so important to AlphaDog that they don't mention it on their own website and have let the domain for the game's website, playmonstroscity.com, go dormant. Here's some gameplay for you to look at though, if you enjoy looking at the dictionary definition of a generic iOS game from 5 years ago. Again, I won't be downloading it despite its free price, but the one review it has on Metacritic gave it an 8 though, so who knows, it might be decent. That would be the final game AlphaDog would release before being acquired by Zenimax Media, aka Bethesda, in October 2019. By that point, the number of employees was around 12. Post-acquisition, they've only released one game so far. It's another mobile free-to-play game. However, they can now tap into Bethesda's IP, and so we get Mighty Doom. Google describes it as an arcade action single-touch shooter where you blast your way through hundreds of exciting levels and battle challenging bosses as you level up, gain powerful skills, loot new gear, and upgrade legendary weapons. I describe it as a cash grab looking free-to-play game that stole the style of Fortnite to appeal to any iOS gamer who comes across it on the store. And finally, has the Doom IP slapped on it for a bit more recognition. Based off the gameplay you're seeing here, it sure doesn't look like they tried to take Doom Eternal's excellent fast-paced gameplay and figure out a way to adapt it for the smartphone. Additionally, there's no reviews for it on Metacritic, and neither Bethesda or AlphaDog have any mention of the game on their respective YouTube and Twitter channels, so I'll let you decide which description is closer to reality. I love Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. They have no right to be as good as they are considering the modern style of corridor shooters we were used to before they came out. I think I'll skip Mighty Doom though. Look, I know it seems I'm unnecessarily ragging on them, but I had to find some way to turn this into a somewhat entertaining video. The truth is that they're obviously talented, or they wouldn't have been bought by Bethesda in 2019. Yeah, let's be real here. They're not a factor when looking at Xbox Game Studios to determine the state of them compared to the console industry and most importantly, PlayStation Studios. They haven't released a game on Xbox, and unlike World's Edge with the Age of Empires series, I see no reason to bring these games to the ecosystem. No one wants to see a free-to-play focused mobile game on Game Pass, and it looks like they have no desire to do that either. So let's just move on to the next episode, where I think it's time we look at a newly acquired Xbox developer that can really have a huge impact if their next game hits. For the next episode, we're looking at Ninja Theory. What's up everybody, and welcome to episode 9 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. For this episode, we're looking at a developer on Xbox's roster that I might have the most experience with, Ninja Theory. Let's get into it.
He's seen you. She's wants you. I know you. He needs you.
Headquartered in Cambridge, UK, Ninja Theory was founded in March 2000. However, we're gonna fast forward 5 years as their beginnings aren't relevant to current day Ninja Theory. You just need to know that by 2005, they had very limited capital despite employing over 50 people, so they signed a deal with Sony to publish their next game. This deal prevented bankruptcy by funding development of what would become Heavenly Sword. However, it would now become a PlayStation 3 exclusive. According to founder Tamim Antonides, negotiating that deal was soul-destroyingly difficult. Furthermore, between the high budget and poor sales, Ninja Theory lost all their in-house technologies to Sony because of contractual agreements. It's a shame they had to deal with PlayStation when they were at their worst, but at least they kept the lights on for their next game, 2010's Enslaved Odyssey to the West. This time, Bandai Namco served as publisher, which meant a multi-platform game that could use Unreal Engine. However, despite it also being on 360 and PC as well as PS3, in an eerily similar outcome to Heavenly Sword, the game underperformed to the point where it was unprofitable, despite also being positively reviewed with a cult following developing long after sales mattered. I am unfortunately in that camp, as I got Enslaved about a year later and thoroughly enjoyed its excellent story that complemented its engaging third-person gameplay. It certainly put Ninja Theory on the map for me. Unfortunately, the low sales didn't result in bankruptcy, as immediately after the completion of Enslaved Odyssey to the West, Capcom chose Ninja Theory to develop the next entry in the Devil May Cry series, as despite poor sales history, it was impressed by the company's work, especially on Heavenly Sword. Once again, DMC Devil May Cry was a well-reviewed title despite the reboot designs of Dante and others being highly controversial, resulting in the team receiving death threats from toxic fans. Nonetheless, finally, Ninja Theory released a game that was a commercial success. DMC reached the top of the UK, US, EU and Japanese sales charts, and for the first time they received royalties from a project. I personally enjoyed the game, but could see why long-term fans would take issue with the redesigns. Certainly not enough to send death threats though. I'll never understand that level of toxic fandom. Anyways, with rising development costs due to the upcoming PS4/Xbox One generation, Ninja Theory decided to diversify its portfolio of games and split into smaller teams. For example, the company partnered with Disney in 2014, providing additional development on Disney Infinity games. Smaller teams eventually prompted the developer to evaluate the idea of independent AAA, where they would own the IP and publish the game themselves. Said game would still have high production values, but would be sold at a lower price to reflect the smaller scope. This led to 2017's Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, a mature story-focused third-person action-adventure game that launched exclusively on PS4 and had a team of only 15 people working on it. Since the game had a small budget, it was not promoted heavily with advertisements, but was still a commercial success, becoming profitable within 3 months. Hellblade also won 5 times at the British Academy Game Awards, critical acclaim that validated the independent AAA business model, and I tend to agree. I thoroughly enjoyed Hellblade when it came out in 2017 and wish the industry would make far more shorter experiences that retained high production values. However, despite the success, this AAA era didn't last long as Microsoft announced that they had acquired Ninja Theory less than a year later, at E3 2018. Antonidas said that they opted for acquisition as, "We want to be free from the AAA machine and make games focus on the experience, not around monetization." This would allow them to continue building smaller, risky games with creative independence such as Bleeding Edge, a small multiplayer-only shooter that was a passion project for someone on the team, and developed by 25 people compared to the hundreds you'd see on a AAA game these days. It was released in March 2020 and scored a 62 on Metacritic, but the game was undoubtedly a success. Most importantly, it had a healthy player base via Game Pass for a few months, so it did what it needed to do. Aside from a Series SX version of Hellblade 1, that's all Ninja Theory has produced post-acquisition, but they have also announced 2 other games. Of course, with Hellblade basically feeling like a smaller scope PlayStation Studios game, it was obvious we'd see a sequel that could use the Xbox money to have the scope scaled to the higher production values. What was surprising though was that this would be our first glimpse of the then next generation, as Hellblade 2 was announced at the Game Awards in 2019, before we even had a console announced. Finally, the studio teased a new experimental game, Project Mara, in January 2020, which according to them will be a real-world and grounded representation of true mental terror, and will be based heavily on research, interviews, and first-hand accounts to recreate the horrors of the mind as accurately and believably as possible. So, how confident am I in these 2 narrative-focused games? And will they help establish Ninja Theory as a premier Xbox studio that rivals PlayStation in this area? Based on their history, I'm very confident. Since announcement, we have already seen true gameplay of Hellblade 2, and it looked amazing from a production and narrative standpoint. It might be a while before we see it still, as we know it's not out by summer 2023 due to it not being at the summer showcase, but whenever it does come, it has every reason to be great. With Project Mara, they've already established their credibility tackling deep themes like mental health in Hellblade 1, and so I'm sure that whatever experiment they're working on, they'll once again do the same in this true horror setting. The only issue I take with Ninja Theory is that both games got announced way earlier than they should have. 4+ years between announcement and release is far too long. I have no reason to believe that they won't be some of the best games of the generation, and a true tide rise for Xbox Game Studios in the eyes of narrative-focused gamers. Let's just hope that their days of no one playing their games at launch is now truly over, and Ninja Theory could hit that next level commercially to match their already well-deserved critical acclaim. What's up everybody? I hope you're having a good day and are enjoying the series so far. As we're now on episode 10, I think it's a good time to look at Xbox's current 10 out of 10 golden boy, Playground Games. Let's find out why many believe they're the best in Xbox's roster. However, also why I think they might have already peaked this generation. Announced in November 2009, Playground Games was founded by Gavin Rayburn, Trevor Williams and Ralph Fulton. It's a British video game developer that's based in Leamington Spa and is known for developing the Forza Horizon series, an excellent spin-off to the larger Forza Motorsport franchise that many believe has been surpassed by recent Horizon games. Forza Horizon 1 would come to the Xbox 360 in 2012, and that would start a 2-year cycle of releases before Forza Horizon 5, which took 3 years and came out in 2021. I never played the original Forza Horizon, as by 2012 I was pretty much done with the generation unless something actually transformative came out like Far Cry 3 or The Last of Us. And a spin-off to the car enthusiast focused Forza Motorsport wasn't going to interest me, especially with a very great but not industry-shattering 85 on Metacritic. I'm sure the game is great though, and it is backwards compatible with resolution upgrades if you'd like to see Forza's original open world of Colorado for yourself. The lack of personal interest also continued with 2014's Forza Horizon 2, when contrary to popular belief, the Xbox One had an excellent stable of exclusive content despite poor leadership ruining pretty much everything else surrounding the console.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360. Right. Connect is in. You're going to be able to use that for voice commands, for gesture, in conjunction with the controller, right, in conjunction with smart glass. Mm-hmm. That's huge as a creator. You want things that really use real-world inputs. Yeah. Other players, the complexity of servers where there's tons of data, and it's changing your experience.
I just didn't have time to look elsewhere when I was thoroughly enjoying games like Titanfall and Sunset Overdrive. Although I do remember at the time thinking how weird it was that Forza Horizon 2 came out to both Xbox 360 and Xbox One. A first-party developer releasing a cross-generation game just wasn't a thing that happened in the industry back then. How times have changed. However, although I didn't play the base game, which got a commendable 86 on Metacritic, I did play the free Fast and Furious crossover DLC that took place in the game's map of Southern Europe. That collaboration with one of my favourite movie franchises was finally enough to put the series on my radar, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yet it wouldn't be until 2016's Forza Horizon 3 before I really delved into the series, and even then, this was only because I wanted to play something in native 4K on the newly released Xbox One X in 2017. I'm glad I did though. Forza Horizon 3's Australian open world was a graphical spectacle that really showed off the Xbox One. It helped to destroy the narrative that you couldn't get a good-looking game on Xbox anymore. A big win for Phil Spencer and the Xbox brand, which was finally starting to build some momentum in the eyes of gamers in 2017. The game absolutely deserves its 91 on Metacritic, and this consistent increase in quality between the first 3 games was why Playground Games felt comfortable opening a second studio in February 2017. Then, a year later at E3 2018, Microsoft announced that they had acquired Playground Games. They also announced Forza Horizon 4, and that this second studio was working on an unannounced AAA open-world action RPG. Out of all the acquisitions Xbox announced in 2018, Playground Games was the no-brainer. They had proven their pedigree with every Horizon release, and this was once again seen with their first game as part of Xbox Game Studios in Forza Horizon 4. Finally, Playground Games set this in their home country of the UK, and once again upped the quality, which was reflected on Metacritic with a 92. Yet with all this critical acclaim, the Horizon franchise still hadn't ascended to that next level regarding sales. This changed with the most recent iteration. Forza Horizon 5 was released in late 2021, but before the game's release, over 1.2 million players had accessed the game by buying either the Premium Edition or the Premium Add-ons bundle through Xbox Game Pass. The game also reached number 1 on the Steam Weekly charts, and had more than 4.5 million people play the game in less than 24 hours after launch. This was 3 times more concurrent players than Forza Horizon 4. The game attracted more than 20 million players 7 months after its initial release, won 3 times at the Game Developer Awards, won Racing Game of the Year at the DICE Awards, and won IGN's 2021 Game of the Year. So where do we stand now? there's no point in even asking if I'm confident in Playground Games as a first-party developer that rivals others within Xbox Game Studios and even PlayStation's best. They've already proven with Forza Horizon 5 that they can have both worldwide critical acclaim and help to dramatically increase the number of Game Pass subscribers. It would take an extraordinary set of unfortunate circumstances for Playground Games to fall from the pedestal they're deservedly on, and be mentioned in the same vein as disappointments like 343. However, going forward, it's not set in stone that this monumental success will be matched with future releases. Regarding their non-racing game in development, we found at E3 2020 that this would be a reboot of Fable, and once again was one of those bad CGI trailers that tells us nothing about the game. This would have been fine if it was only a year or so before we saw anything new, but we're now past what would have been E3 2022, and we still haven't seen a second of gameplay. All we know is that it's definitely not coming out by summer 2023, and that they're naturally having a bit of trouble adapting the Forza engine to work with a third-person RPG. I'm confident that whenever it does come out, it will be a great game. Playground Games has only ever released bangers, and Phil Spencer will give them all the time they need to get it right. We're probably not seeing this game until 2024 at the earliest, which means the length between announcement of the game and actual release will be about 4 years, and over 2 years before we even got a second update. That's too long, and even if it's not the case, it certainly gives the perception that development is troubled. Finally, even after this long media cycle, I would still temper expectations for the eventual release. It will be Playground's first non-racing game that has to tread a fine balance between the old Fable whilst modernising it for a new audience. It will be great off Playground's talent alone, but I'd expect a Metacritic score more in line with the first couple of Forza Horizons than Forza Horizon 5. Speaking of which, I have my doubts that the eventual Forza Horizon 6 will hit the levels of success that its predecessor saw. Forza Horizon 5 had the benefit of essentially being the first AAA game to hit next-gen Xbox consoles from an Xbox developer. This meant not only was there far less competition than whatever Forza Horizon 6 will see, but it will also be impossible for Xbox gamers to be as wowed by the graphical spectacle of the next Horizon open world, even if this time it will be next-gen only. Both of these factors undoubtedly contributed to playing a Horizon game for the first time, and for me personally, Forza Horizon 3 is still my favourite as it was my first. The series' missions, progression, and tone are so similar from game to game that it's impossible to fully capture that magical Horizon experience for the next one, as you've already done it. Unless Forza Horizon 6 drastically mixes it up with something like a proper story that isn't happy-go-lucky, let's make a festival in a random country, it'll be interesting to see if the masses of new players of the series enjoy the next game as much as Forza Horizon 5. I certainly didn't with 4, and that even had the exclusive advantage of taking place in my home country. Finally, in January 2022, it was reported that co-founder and studio director Gavin Rayburn left Playground Games, while GM Trevor Williams replaced him as studio head. As both were founders, I'm skeptical that this will have any true negative impact, but you never know how much a company's culture can change when top leadership does. And with all these factors combined, I'm very confident that Playground Games will continue to make great games that easily places them in the top tier of Xbox developers, perhaps even the best. I just find it hard to see that they'll hit that same industry-defining level of success that they saw in late 2021 for the rest of the generation.
The functionality of the box, some of the advantages that you get of having a box that is designed to use an online state. So that, to me, is a future-proof choice. There was a person who said, hey, I'm on a nuclear sub, and I don't even know what it means to be on a nuclear sub, but I've got to imagine that it's not easy to get an internet connection. It's a service-based world, if you think about things and how they get better with an internet connection. When game designers were building products a decade ago, they would think that the majority of their focus was on a single-player experience. Then they started thinking about competition inside of the living room. So what we know right now is the majority of people spend a lot of time with multiplayer games. I think people are imagining outcomes that are worse than what we believe it's going to be in the real world. So we designed the box, we paid attention to what it means to connect to the internet. The average internet connection is working the majority of the day. We did a lot of testing, a lot of consumer research, and I think we made a good choice. And I think in the long run, we'll build a global leading product that people are going to love and embrace.
Welcome to episode 11 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series, and I hope you're having a great day. For episode 2, we looked at Compulsion Games, Xbox's most mysterious developer. For episode 11, we're looking at the most mysterious developer that came over from the Bethesda acquisition, Roundhouse Studios. They might have the most fascinating history out of all Xbox developers, but unfortunately, it's for all the wrong reasons. You see, Roundhouse was created in 2019 by Bethesda after being reformed out of the ashes of a developer called Human Head Studios. At the time of creation, Human Head and Roundhouse had the exact same staff in the exact same office. What makes the story even more interesting is that Human Head was still a very much active developer when they shut down. In fact, Human Head developed a game called Rune 2 on November 12, 2019, the day before it closed its doors. On November 13th, Roundhouse Studios was born under Bethesda's umbrella in one of the strangest moves ever seen in the games industry. Why did this happen? Let's get into it.
He's right behind me! Kill this son of a bitch!
Human Head, led by Chris Reinhardt, formed in 1997 when a group of developers broke off from Raven Software, who incidentally are now also part of Xbox Game Studios once the acquisition of Activision closes. But it wasn't until Prey in 2006 before Human Head became a developer to look out for an Xbox. The sci-fi FPS has its own long history of development issues, but by release, it caught the imagination of gamers with wild uses of gravity and portals, becoming one of the numerous early third-party Xbox 360 exclusives that helped contribute to this era of Xbox being considered by many as still the peak for the brand. Unfortunately, it would be 5 years before we saw Human Head again, and even then it was as a support studio for a game called Brink. This 2011 FPS game came to PS3, 360 and PC, and would be the first time one of their games was published by Bethesda. It had a cool gimmick called the Smart System that noted a player's position and predicted what they were trying to do. By holding down the Smart button, you'd automatically navigate the environment and clear obstacles without the need of complex inputs. Post-Brink, they worked on a bunch of other inconsequential games not worth properly mentioning, like acting as support for 2015's Dungeon Defenders 2 on PS4. It wasn't until 2018 before Human Head's next major release that was exclusively developed by them. The Quiet Man. Oh, The Quiet Man, what a joke of a game. This PS4 and PC meme was a beat-em-up with full FMV sequences, but it was appallingly reviewed and currently holds a 28 on Metacritic. I remember needing to play the game at launch just to see if it was as bad as sites like Giant Bomb made it out to be. And yes, it absolutely deserves that Metacritic score. The protagonist is deaf, and so someone thought it was a good idea for that to mean there should be no proper audio in this FMV game. That made the story absolutely incomprehensible, where you couldn't tell if one of the main characters was his mum or his girlfriend. They did eventually patch in the audio for a second playthrough, but ain't no one replaying that 3-hour campaign twice. Anyways, as mentioned earlier, Human Head's last game was Rune 2, and was released the day before they shut down. Furthermore, the studio apparently had a deal with a publisher to support Rune 2 with post-launch content. So, imagine their surprise when the independent Human Head Studios became the Bethesda-owned Roundhouse Studios 24 hours after launch. Chris Reinhardt had this to say at the time: "We had to wind down the business of Human Head Studios. With the formation of Roundhouse Studios, Bethesda offered every employee of Human Head a position at the new company. We are excited our team will remain together, pursuing the work we love as part of a company we already know and admire." So far, this history lesson certainly doesn't suggest anything was particularly out of the ordinary for Human Head. So why did this shock to the industry happen? Well, there's one key game I've left out that explains everything: the curse that was Prey 2.
Chris, Prey 2, you guys got this cool game.
It's awesome.
Give us the overview for folks who maybe don't know much about it.
Well, the real high-level thing is you play a badass bounty hunter in this sci-fi alien world. You hunt down alien scum, take them down, get paid. Get paid. Get paid.
In 2009, the rights to the Prey franchise was acquired by Bethesda. According to Human Head, this was when real development started for Prey 2, despite the original releasing in 2006. Prey 2 was shown to the public with a gameplay demo at E3 2011 for a planned 2012 release. However, Human Head had quietly stopped development of Prey 2 near the end of 2011. Reinhardt later said at this point it was very close to an alpha state, with all major content pieces represented. Norm Nazaroff, also of Human Head, believed it was one of the best looking games of the console generation. Obviously, the planned 2012 release came and went, and it was not until 2013 before it was confirmed why shit went down. An IGN expose explained how the success of the 2011 showcase lent Human Head an extra 6 months of development, which was very nearly finished. However, sources from within Human Head suggested that Bethesda started playing hardball by trying to buy the studio, who couldn't stay comfortably afloat without the publisher's investment in Prey 2. Human Head didn't want to sell, and in response, Bethesda retracted Prey 2 funding until they agreed to be acquired. To keep afloat, Human Head worked on other projects like BioShock Infinite until the agreement for its sole development of Prey 2 expired. It did, with Bethesda allegedly continuing to put offers in for the studio along the way, and feeling cornered, Human Head refused further development of the game. Prey 2 went back to Bethesda 3/4 finished. We then got official confirmation in 2014 when Bethesda's Vice President Pete Hines publicly said, "It wasn't up to our quality standard and we decided to cancel it." Later in 2016, Bethesda announced that a reboot of the franchise was under development by Arkane, who had taken the concepts and thematic elements but scrapped any previous work that had been done before. It released in 2017, and honestly, it might be my favorite third-party game of the generation.
If I can't save us, I'm taking every last one of them with me.
So, if this forced acquisition attempt is true, which seems very likely, it does explain why Bethesda would be willing to keep 100% of Human Head staff when they made Roundhouse. It was basically an acquisition in spirit. It also explains why this didn't occur until a few years after the Prey 2 cancellation, as Human Head was still able to keep acting as support for various games. Yet with no major hit and The Quiet Man being The Quiet Man, money simply ran out. After all, Chris did say he had to wind down Human Head Studios, not wanted to. And if Pete Hines was telling the truth about Prey 2 not meeting Bethesda's quality, why'd they buy the team in its entirety? Seems more plausible that Prey 2 was actually so good that they went as far as withholding development money to buy the studio before its release in 2012. Now that we're up to date on that crazy history, how confident should we be in Roundhouse going forward, especially considering that they're now in bed with the publisher who they had this history with? Honestly, it's tough to call right now as there's too many unknowns. Roundhouse are obviously a talented team when they are working with a AAA budget, but it would be understandable if there was still lingering resentment for Bethesda. In regards to what's out there publicly, the team hasn't been talked about in any meaningful way post-Microsoft acquisition. They don't even have a website, let alone various social media handles or a proper spot on Bethesda's site. In fact, all we know is that they're helping with development of Redfall, a major irony considering it's Redfall studio that took over the Prey franchise after Prey 2's cancellation. There are some various whispers about a comic book game or something called Spygate, but it's not from credible leakers, and so I'm not putting much stock into it unless a Jeff Grubb or a Jason Schreier comments. Until that happens, or there's an official update, all we can do is hope any lingering resentment is under the bridge. With them helping on Redfall, one of Xbox's biggest games coming out, that's perhaps the biggest hint that this is truly the case. What's up everybody, and welcome to episode 12 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. Like episode 11 with Roundhouse Studios, we're once again going to be delving into one of the lesser known Bethesda developers. They're certainly not a name that comes to mind immediately when you think of Bethesda, especially compared to the heavyweights like id, Bethesda Game Studios, and Arkane. Unlike Roundhouse, however, who have their own insane history I recommend you check out, This developer is an under-the-radar powerhouse that's been stewarding a successful franchise for nearly a decade. This time, we're looking at Zenimax Online Studios. Founded in August 2007, Zenimax Online Studios is a Maryland-based developer that was built to specialize in the creation of a massively multiplayer online game. That's why Matt Führer, an MMO game designer and veteran of Mythic Entertainment, has been there since inception and still runs the division 15 years later. It would then only be a few months later before we had an idea of what IP would be used for this MMO RPG, due to domain registration for ElderScrollsOnline.com becoming public knowledge in November 2007. However, it wouldn't be until May 2012 before we got official confirmation, along with news that the game would be set approximately a millennium before Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The Elder Scrolls Online released in 2014, and like the main series, is set in Tamriel. The story indirectly connects to them too and is structured similarly, with two separate conflicts progressing at the same time, one regarding the world and one for supreme power in Tamriel. The opening also continues another Elder Scrolls tradition of beginning the game as a prisoner. Gameplay is naturally open world with a mixture of quests, random events and free roaming exploration. And while there is no option for an offline mode, there is tons of content for online solo play.
From the Khajiit territory of Elsewhere to Morrowind, the home of the Dark Elves. From frozen Skyrim in the north to the endless swamps of Blackmarsh, adventure is everywhere. Are you ready to forge your own legend?
Whilst this all sounds good to the average Elder Scrolls fan, unfortunately, the game was not a critical success at launch, only scoring a 71 on Metacritic. However, as is the case with many MMOs, perhaps most notably with Final Fantasy XIV, there was a re-release and rebranding to the Elder Scrolls Online Tamriel Unlimited. This version released in May 2015, and perhaps the biggest change was to the pricing model. Originally, there was a fee to play the Elder Scrolls Online, where subscriptions could be purchased in 30, 90, and 180-day increments. For Tamriel Unlimited, this was cut in favor of just buying the game, which would now utilize microtransactions and an optional subscription called ESO Plus to help bring in revenue for the live service. ESO Plus grants access to all current and future DLC and a monthly allotment of 1,650 crowns, which could be used to buy vanity items and cosmetic mounts, but nothing that gives players a significant advantage over another. Again, like Final Fantasy XIV, but perhaps not quite to the same extent, as that game truly is an anomaly in the industry, the re-release was better received, scoring an 80 on Metacritic. This re-release came to PS4 and Xbox One a few months later, and then upgraded to PS5/Series consoles in 2021. The game also continuously receives smaller scale DLC and big expansions every year, with the most recent being High Isle, which centers around an attempt by the three warring alliances to negotiate an end to the conflict in secret, while being plotted against by a group known as the Ascendant Order. I don't know what any of that means, as I'm not a fan of MMOs and therefore have never played ESO, but it does sound interesting. As of 2022, The Elder Scrolls Online is the only game that Zenimax Online have ever released. They did announce a new entry in the classic Commander Keen series that was targeting mobile devices. However, the game was quietly cancelled sometime after its announcement in 2019. They did also provide some additional work on both Doom 2016 and Fallout 76. As they're not the primary studio for those games, it's hard to give too much credit or criticism for how those games turned out, as they're not the ones steering the ship. So now that we're up to date, how do they fit into Xbox's portfolio going forward? Unfortunately for Xbox fanboys who want to see PlayStation fall, the MMO roots prevent them from having a real impact. ESO is a very successful game. In fact, Pete Hines, Vice President of Bethesda, called it the most successful Bethesda game from 2017 to 2021, as more than 18 million copies were sold by 2021, having around 2.5 million monthly active players since 2017. Yet as successful as all this is, the game is remaining on PlayStation. Just like MLB The Show from Sony San Diego, we're in a new era of gaming where live service-esque games will be multi-platform despite them being developed by a first-party developer. This makes sense for where the industry is in 2022. However, this means that these first-party developers can't be a true differentiator when deciding which ecosystem to join, regardless of how good the game is. To be fair, there are reasons to believe that Zenimax Online might finally release something new this generation. In December 2020, they formed a satellite office in San Diego to work on an original IP. Their website also claims that they're hard at work on this brand new IP, which they reference as AAA. As it's a new IP, this could be exclusive. However, we're now 15 years into the developer, and they've still only released one game. The only other game they properly announced was cancelled, and they still claim that they don't have anything to share on this project right now. Even if the game does release this generation, we'll be so far into it that the success of PS5 and Series consoles will already be decided by other first-party developers within their respective portfolios. Zenimax Online Studios are undoubtedly a great studio that know exactly what they're doing in the MMO space. They're just not going to affect the state of Xbox anytime soon. What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 13 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. As the number 13 is considered unlucky, I figured this would be the best time to delve into Tango Gameworks, who are Xbox's newly acquired horror-centric developer. Tango is a relatively young developer, but they have a rich history that begins far before their founding. Let's dive in and examine their accomplishments in the horror genre, as well as if they can help build up the state of Xbox now that they've been acquired.
Still your fear. I will be her salvation.
Mari!
The time is nigh. The world rests on the precipice of transformation. A new age will dawn!
Tango Gameworks is a Tokyo-based developer that was founded by Shinji Mikami, who is the person you picture when you think horror games. Mikami began his career at Capcom and is primarily known for his work on the Resident Evil franchise, which he created. He served as director for the first game in 1996, before returning in the same role for the remake in 2002 and the critically acclaimed Resident Evil 4 in 2005. However, over time, Mikami felt that Capcom had grown too large, resulting in too few opportunities for young developers to showcase their talent and have real input during development of AAA titles. And so he and a team of 12 others left to create Tango Gameworks in March 2010. Their first project was Noah, an open-world survival game inspired by the 1984 Dune film, yet shortly after development began, Tango ran into financial issues. Bethesda then stepped in and had its parent company, Zenimax Media, acquire Tango, which was announced in October 2010. Mikami agreed to the acquisition because he felt Bethesda would provide the most independent development environment. Following acquisition, the Dune-inspired game was cancelled and development on a new AAA project titled Zwei was publicly announced in 2012. Initially, this game saw a chained-together man and woman hunting down a vampire, with either two players controlling each character individually or one player controlling both simultaneously. However, over time, the game evolved into the single-player survival horror game we know, The Evil Within, which was announced in April 2013 and released in October 2014. The Evil Within was a welcome return to true survival horror, as Mikami was disappointed by the emphasis on action at the expense of survival in contemporary horror games like Resident Evil 5 and 6. It was deliberately designed to make the player feel powerless by taking place in confined spaces, limiting ammunition, and presenting near-invincible enemies that promote running and hiding over engaging in combat. I personally loved The Evil Within, which was one of the few bright spots in the very disappointing year for games that was 2014. It was absolutely levels above what Resident Evil, my favourite video games franchise, had become with Resident Evil 5 and 6. I certainly think more highly of it than the 75 it has on Metacritic, yet despite the good but not great score, the game sold well. In Japan, where the game was titled the far cooler name of Psycho Break and had to actually remove gore-related content to receive the Japanese equivalent of an M rating, sold just under 200,000 copies across all platforms at launch. In the United States, it broke the sales record for a new survival horror IP during its launch month. It was therefore inevitable that we'd see a sequel.
I created this world. You cannot keep me here.
Development for The Evil Within 2 began in March 2015, shortly after DLC for the first game wrapped. Yet it was quite some time later until it was officially announced at E3 in June 2017, before releasing only a few months later in October. For the sequel, Shinji Mikami lived up to the ideals Tango was initially founded on. He stepped down as director and entered a supervisor role to provide opportunities for younger developers at the studio to showcase their talent. This new blood listened to the loudest criticisms given to the first game and made the necessary changes. For example, there was a big focus to make the Evil Within 2 story easier for players to understand, as the first game was slammed for getting too complicated towards the end. The 2:5:1 aspect ratio was also removed due to the mixed response it received at release, even though the team liked it. Finally, the biggest change in The Evil Within 2 were the largest maps that resulted in the addition of side missions and numerous ways for players to advance in a level. These changes easily could have backfired, but were ultimately successful as it led to a high Metacritic of 80 and a development schedule that was quite a bit shorter and therefore cheaper than the original. Despite the changes, not only did I enjoy The Evil Within 2, but I prefer it. Their finely tuned, balanced version of a semi-open world really immersed me, and though it was less scary, this change led to more interesting moment-to-moment gameplay. It also didn't hurt that Resident Evil was now back on form with 7, and so I could get my true horror fix back in the franchise that started it all.
Welcome to the family, son.
Yet despite all these positives, unfortunately, The Evil Within 2 compares badly where it matters most, in sales. Estimates put the game as selling roughly 25% of the copies the original did during the same launch period. It's therefore no wonder why Tango moved on from the franchise for their next game, called Ghostwire Tokyo. This was announced during Bethesda's E3 2019 conference, where it was described as an action-adventure game with horror elements. Once again, Mikami refrained from taking the director's position to give that opportunity to the young talent at Tango. Originally, this was Ikumi Nakamura, who became the talk of the game for a hot minute before resigning from Tango only a couple months later in September 2019. The game appeared again in a Sony 2020 showcase, where it was announced that it would be a timed PS5 exclusive for at least a year. Additionally, the new director, Kenji Kimura, showed off gameplay that was very different to the Evil Within franchise. For one, this game was in first person, and secondly, the game further toned down the horror aspects compared to Nakamura's 2019 vision, to the point where it was more in line with an action-adventure game than a Resident Evil 7. The game was eventually released in March 2022 and scored a 77 on Metacritic. As I'm sure you can predict, I enjoyed the game far more than that score. In fact, it's currently my third favourite game of 2022 behind Horizon and Elden Ring. Once again, Tango created an excellent open world that required you to collect a certain amount of spirits to free Tokyo from the antagonist in the Hanya mask. This was done by essentially turning the game into Crackdown, where you're going to spend hours collecting all of them. And you're going to enjoy it because the traversal mechanics are so good. The combat is great fun too, which is no surprise considering Shinichiro Hara, who worked on the combat of 2016's Doom, joined Tango to help the team craft what he describes as karate meets magic. The game also has the best story Tango's created and had me tearing up at the end. I really recommend this game. Just go online and find the correct controls, because the default ones are terrible and are the reason why the game reviewed worse than it should have. Finally, despite Ghostwire only releasing a few months ago, Tango have already released another game called Hero Dice, which is a turn-based game for mobile that I'm done talking about as it's already shut down less than 5 months after launch. So, where does Tango Gameworks stand amongst its peers in Xbox's portfolio? Well, it's clear that I have a very high opinion of their works, and it's also clear that my opinion is far more positive than the general industry consensus, considering the good, but not industry-defining Metacritic scores their games have received. And as for them helping to improve the Xbox ecosystem in comparison to PlayStation, they're just not in a position to do so anytime soon. At the very earliest, Ghostwire will come to Xbox in March 2023, and even that isn't certain when looking at Deathloop, which also had PS5 exclusivity signed before the Microsoft acquisition of Bethesda. That game was also considered to only have a year of exclusivity, yet that's up in about a week, and there is no sign of it coming to Xbox once that anniversary hits. And in fact, the only recent news is that it's coming to PlayStation Plus. I imagine that Tango's next game, which could potentially be Xbox exclusive, wouldn't arrive until 2025 at the earliest, which by then, we will already know just how successful the PS5 and Series consoles will be, as we'll be 5+ years into the generation, and their popularity will be set in stone. For the few of us out there who are big fans of Tango's games, there's no reason to think they won't flourish under Microsoft and their money long term. They're just not going to be a developer they can turn to really differentiate the Xbox ecosystem from PlayStation, at least until the next console cycle. What's up everybody, and welcome to episode 14 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. This time, we're looking at who many consider as Bethesda's best developer, Arcane Studios, who have a long and storied history with Xbox. Let's dive in and see what they bring to the table post-Microsoft acquisition.
You can't bring the blood trends. It's only just begun.
Officially established in 1999, this Lyon-based developer was founded by Raphael Colantonio, who was working at EA France but left once they begun prioritizing sports games over original titles shortly after the release of the PS1. With financial help that allowed him to bring in 10 others, Colantonio's goal was to create a second sequel to EA's Ultima Underworld. He had support from the original developers, but EA would not allow Arkane to develop a sequel unless he accepted their terms. Colantonio refused and instead had Arkane make their own IP in the spirit of Ultima Underworld, Arx Fatalis. This first-person action RPG was released on PC in 2002, Xbox in 2003, and most notably didn't come to the PS2. I hadn't heard of Arx before doing research for this video, so it's no surprise to me that the game wasn't commercially successful despite the positive reviews. Due to the poor sales, Arkane had difficulty finding a publisher for a sequel. Fortunately, they were approached by Ubisoft to apply their engine to a new game, which became Dark Messiah of Might and Magic and was released on PC in October 2006. The game then came to Xbox 360 in 2008 with an expanded single-player campaign and revamped multiplayer, though this still didn't result in a good Metacritic. And once again, the game didn't come to PlayStation. During development of the PC release, Colantonio moved from Lyon to Texas to set up Arkane Austin in June 2006. Over the next few years, most game development was done out of Lyon where production costs were cheaper, while the Austin studio established relationship with others to generate work for hire projects. This proved to be the right strategy, as Arkane had a string of cancelled games such as LMNO, a game developed in partnership with Steven Spielberg, which EA was set to publish. Entering 2010 with no game of their own and contract work running out, Colantonio was preparing to let go of Star to conserve costs. It was then when they were approached by Bethesda, who had an idea for a stealth-based game set in feudal Japan, which they wanted to call Dishonored. According to Colantonio, Bethesda loved their work on Arx Fatalis and wanted to collaborate on a first-person immersive game. However, they did not react fast enough before Arkane had to move to Dark Messiah. Considering the similarities between Arx and the Elder Scrolls games, Colantonio recognized Bethesda was the best fit for Arkane, and so accepted acquisition by Zenimax Media in August 2010. With financial backing and a parent company that appreciated their game design, Arkane had the time and creative freedom to revamp Bethesda's original concept for Dishonored. For example, changing the Japanese setting to one inspired by London. Dishonored was publicly announced for PC, PS3 and Xbox 360 in July 2011 and was released in October 2012. It follows the story of Corvo Atana, a bodyguard to the Empress of the Isles. He's framed for her murder and so seeks revenge on those who conspired against him. He's aided in this quest by the Outsider, who grants him magical abilities. During its 2.5 years in production, test players discovered methods of exploiting these magical abilities to achieve unexpected outcomes. Instead of restricting these techniques, Arkane redesigned levels to accommodate them. This design decision paid off as Dishonored achieved a 91 on Metacritic and won Best Action Adventure Game at the 2012 Video Game Awards. The game also sold very well. It's therefore not surprising that the game got a remaster for PS4 and Xbox One in 2015, as well as the green light for a sequel. Dishonored 2 was announced at E3 2015 and released in 2016 for PC, PS4 and Xbox One. However, unlike the first game, which was developed by both teams, Dishonored 2 was primarily developed in Lyon, as Arkane Austin was focused on 2017's Prey, which we'll discuss in a bit. According to Colantonio, Dishonored was not developed with a sequel in mind, but ideas for one began to emerge during development of its DLC, which spawned decisions like giving a voice to Corvo after being a silent character in Dishonored 1. Additionally, this time, the player chose between playing as either Corvo or his daughter, Empress Coldwyn, as they attempt to reclaim the throne. Once again, Dishonored 2 had a very positive reception due to the improvements made, like the challenging stealth and the creative design of individual missions, though the narrative remained a consistent criticism. There was even a standalone game released a year later called Death of the Outsider that concluded the narrative arc, though once again, the story was criticized. Nonetheless, it's clear that gamers came to the franchise for the gameplay, not the story, and with Dishonored 2 again winning the award for the Best Action Adventure Game at the 2016 Game Awards, it put pressure on Arkane Austin to match this quality with 2017's Prey.
If I can't save us, I'm taking every last one of them with me.
I go in depth about the history of Prey in a previous video, and I recommend you watch it as it's one of the craziest stories ever seen in the industry. I'll leave the link in the video description down below, but here are the cliff notes. Prey 2017 is unrelated to Undead Studios' Prey that released in 2006 and is considered a reimagining of the IP. While Prey 2, a sequel to the 2006 game, was deep into development at Undead, it fell into development hell following some shady tactics Bethesda employed to try and force Undead into acquisition and was eventually cancelled in 2014. Arkane does not use any of that planned sequel's assets or story, it just took over the name. Colantonio said in later interviews that calling their game Prey was a non-negotiable compromise with Bethesda, a decision that no one on the team was pleased with. He continued, saying it felt bad to lie during promotion when he had to say they were continuing the Prey series, as it was an insult to the developers of the original Prey. Prey still achieved a respectable 82 on Metacritic, however, opening sales were down 60% compared to Dishonored 2, which Colantonio attributed to the drama surrounding the game. It was so bad that 2 months following Prey's release, Colantonio announced he was stepping down as president of Arkane. He said in a statement, "It's time for me to be with my son and reflect on what is important to me in my future." Harvey Smith and Romuald Capron then took over Arkane Austin and Lyon respectively and assisted other Bethesda games like Fallout 76 whilst finishing off support for Dishonored 2 and Prey. It wouldn't be until E3 2019 that their next game would be announced, Deathloop, which is described by game director Dinga Bakaba as a reverse Cluedo murder puzzle game that utilized bright colors to differentiate this new series from previous Arkane works. Deathloop was shown again at Sony's 2020 showcase, where it was announced that it would be a timed exclusive for the console for a year. Something incredibly ironic considering Microsoft announced its intent to buy Bethesda a few months later, though Phil Spencer said that this deal would not affect Deathloop's PS5 exclusive release. After multiple delays and far too many trailers, the game was eventually released in September 2021 to critical acclaim. So much so that Bakaba was elevated to studio head for Arkane Lyon shortly after. So now that we're caught up on Arkane's decades-old history with Xbox, what can we expect from them post-acquisition? In my opinion, they have the potential to be in the top 3 developers Microsoft acquired since their purchase spree started in 2018, though there's very little that Arkane can do over the next few months. Deathloop did come to series consoles alongside the substantial Golden Loop update, which includes new weapons, abilities, and enemies, as well as an extended ending, which has only propelled its critical success further. But this update also came to the PS5. Deathloop also hit Game Pass at the same time as PlayStation Extra, so it can't help Xbox differentiate itself as an exclusive selling factor despite its quality. However, we also know of Arkane's next game called Redfall, which is an open-world FPS developed by the Austin Studio. The game's premise sounds perfect for its hybrid single-player/multiplayer focus. After a failed experiment, a legion of vampires invaded and isolated Redfall from the outside world. Trapped inside, players must choose among 4 unique survivors and slay their enemies, vampires, and humans alike. As someone who loved Prey 2017 so much that it's his favourite third-party game of the last generation, this may well be my most anticipated 2023 game. And perhaps most importantly for the Xbox brand, this will be the first game that is published by Bethesda post-acquisition/exclusivity contracts, and is therefore confirmed to be an Xbox/PC exclusive. So despite the changes in Arkane leadership, if Redfall can match the very high quality of previous Arkane works, it will propel the studio into an enviable status not possible before, as Xbox fans will be able to rightfully champion a masterpiece AAA exclusive that compares well with PlayStation's best. They just need to put in the work for a few more months, and Arkane will be joining other Xbox studios like Playground Games in the S tier and be one of the best decisions Microsoft makes to compete against Sony this generation. Just please give me a Prey 2 after Redfall. That alone will have me looking at Xbox like I did at their peak back in 2005 to 2008. What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 15 of this Xbox First Party Outlook. Considering the last few videos have analysed devs under the Bethesda umbrella, I think it's time we go back to Microsoft's internal studios. This time, we're looking at the stewards of Minecraft, Mojang Studios. We all know how much of a juggernaut Minecraft is. After all, it's the best-selling video game of all time, with over 238 million copies sold and around 140 million monthly active players as of 2021. But does this translate into people choosing the Xbox ecosystem over others? Let's find out.
No one can tell you what you can or cannot do, with no rules to follow. This adventure, it's up to you.
Moyang Studios was founded by Swedish game designer Marcus Persson in 2009. He gained an early interest in video games playing pirated ones on his father's Commodore and learned to program at age 8. Before Minecraft, Persson worked on browser games at King, during which he learned many programming languages. He would then prototype his own games at home in off hours. In March 2009, Persson left King and joined J-Album, but kept working on his prototypes, one of which was the Java edition of Minecraft, which received an unfinished development release in May. In current-day Minecraft, players explore a blocky, procedurally generated world to extract materials, craft tools and items, and build structures. Game modes include a survival mode where players acquire resources to craft, and a creative mode where players have unlimited resources and access to flight. There is also a wide variety of user-generated content like servers, skins, texture packs, and custom maps, though all these features weren't there at the start. Persson would update Minecraft based on feedback. For example, the first major update, dubbed Alpha, releasing in June 2010. Although Persson initially maintained his day job, he later quit J-Album to work on Minecraft full-time, as sales of this alpha version were high. With Jakob Porser, an ex-colleague at King, Persson incorporated the business as Moyang AB in late 2010. They also hired Carl Manner, an ex-manager at J-Album, as the CEO. By June 2011, Minecraft had 10 million users, so, in November, Moyang held Minecraft in Las Vegas and released the 1.0 version on the first day. The continued success led Moyang to start development for mobile devices, where due to the incompatibility of the game's Java-based framework with mobile, C++ was used instead. The Xbox 360 version that released 6 months later also used C++, and in 2013, once Microsoft's exclusivity on console versions expired, Minecraft came to PlayStation. During the years, Moyang had discussions with numerous VC firms, but nothing came out of them as they did not require any external funds. Moyang wanted to maintain independence, which they believed heavily contributed to Minecraft's success. However, it would be in 2014 when this all changed. Moyang announced a ban on servers from accepting payments in exchange for in-game advantages, essentially banning servers from enacting pay-to-win. You could still require a fee to access the server, or for cosmetic enhancements, but not pay to obtain powerful swords or potions. Persson supported this change, citing multiple emails from parents of children who had spent hundreds of dollars on servers. However, the Minecraft community disagreed, and compared Moyang to huge video game publishers like EA, who had highly restrictive digital right management and user license agreements. Many argue that this would force smaller servers to close, and accuse Mojang of attempting to suppress competition for its own Minecraft Realms subscription service. Person, exhausted from the pressure of being the owner of the now monolithic Minecraft, tweeted in June 2014 asking whether anyone would buy his shares in Mojang. Several parties expressed interest, including Activision, EA, and Microsoft, with Microsoft agreeing to purchase Mojang for $2.5 billion in September, as the company had that exact amount in offshore bank accounts that it couldn't bring back to the US without paying repatriation taxes. Person, Porset, and Mana were the only shareholders, with Person owning 71%. He received $1.8 billion, while Porset and Mana received $300 million and $100 million respectively. All three then left Mojang, and every employee who remained for 6 months afterwards was awarded approximately $300,000 deducted from Person's share. Mojang's integration into Xbox Game Studios was minimal, leaving its operations independent but backed by Microsoft's financial and technical capabilities. This approach shaped how Microsoft would acquire future gaming companies.
I have just the thing for you.
You're giving me a sword?
Even better, you can make your own.
Post-Microsoft acquisition, there have been many variations of Minecraft that helped continue its ridiculous success for over a decade. In December 2014, Moyang and Telltale Games jointly announced Minecraft Story Mode, an episodic, narrative-driven game set in the Minecraft universe. There was also Minecraft Education Edition, designed specifically for use in schools, and 2020's Minecraft RTX, which supported both full-path ray tracing and DLSS. Perhaps the most notable variation was Minecraft Classic, the original browser-based version of Minecraft which re-released for free on its 10-year anniversary. By this time, Minecraft had already sold 147 million copies, making it the best-selling video game of all time. However, Person was explicitly excluded from the anniversary's festivities due to his several controversial statements on social issues like trans rights, feminism, and his belief that privilege didn't exist. He also faced criticism for tweeting in support of QAnon, stating that Q is legit, don't trust the media. Microsoft stated that his views do not reflect those of Microsoft or Mojang, and an earlier update for Minecraft had already removed all mention of him from the game's menu, though his name is still in the credits. To fully dissociate, Mojang rebranded to Mojang Studios in 2020 along with a new logo. Aside from Minecraft, Mojang has worked on other IP, however, their insignificant stamp on the industry means they're only worth the brief mention. Scrolls is a strategy collectible card game that was announced in March 2011. In August, after Mojang attempted to trademark the word Scrolls for the game, Zenimax Media, the parent company of Bethesda, issued a cease and desist letter claiming that Scrolls infringed on the Elder Scrolls trademark. Mojang won an interim injunction in October, as the ruling believed Scrolls and the Elder Scrolls were too easy to differentiate, and in March 2012, Mojang and Zenimax settled, with all Scrolls trademarks transferred to Zenimax, who in turn would license the name to Mojang this one time. Mojang discontinued support for Scrolls in February 2018 and re-released it as a free-to-play game called Caller's Bane to essentially no fanfare a few months later. Mojang also published Cobalt, an action side-scroller with Arkane Game Studio in 2016, as well as its multiplayer spin-off, Cobalt WASD, in 2017. Again, to no fanfare. There's also two proper spin-offs to Minecraft. The first, 2021's Minecraft Dungeons, was developed in collaboration with Double 11. Unlike Minecraft, Dungeons does not feature an open world or building. Instead, it's a hack-and-slash dungeon crawler from an isometric perspective. Players explore procedurally generated and handcrafted dungeons filled with monsters, traps, puzzles, and bosses. Mojang wanted to streamline the traditional dungeon crawl experience into something more accessible. However, most reviewers were critical of the game's perceived lack of depth as well as the short story mode. The second spin-off, Minecraft Legends, is an upcoming real-time action strategy game developed by Mojang Studios and Blackbird Interactive and is planned for a first half 2023 release. Like Dungeons, this will also be multi-platform, and it's this fact that really defines what Mojang is for the Xbox ecosystem. Look, it can't be understated just how much of a cultural impact Minecraft has had on the world. Just on YouTube alone, there were 4 million Minecraft videos uploaded by early 2012, turning channels like Vicstar123 and Yogscast into millionaires. And it's still doing that 10 years later for channels like Dream and Tommy Innit, whilst winning awards like Stream Game of the Year at the 2022 Streamer Awards. There's a reason why it's the best-selling video game of all time. Yet it's precisely this monumental success preventing it from helping Xbox differentiate from its competition, as there's just too much money to be made by ensuring Minecraft is on absolutely everything. Despite how other Xbox acquisitions shake out regarding exclusivity, we know for sure that Minecraft, and even its spin-offs, is the one IP that will perpetually be multi-platform. The only way Moyang helps Xbox is if it's able to establish new exclusive IP, and as we've seen with both Scrolls and Cobalt, they haven't even come close, nor does it look like they even want to try anymore. Mojang will never be that developer whose games propel Xbox against its competition, and it doesn't need to be. Let them be one of the biggest cash cows in the industry, and leave it to others in the Xbox Game Studios portfolio to be that differentiator. What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 16 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. Last episode we looked at Mojang, who's the one Xbox studio we know will remain multi-platform indefinitely with their Minecraft releases. For this episode, we're also looking at someone who stands out in their own way, Xbox Game Studios Publishing. Let's find out why, and whether this unique role can help bring success to the Xbox ecosystem going forward. If you've been following this series, you know now's the time when I go through the Xbox developers' history and discuss their most interesting aspects, like Forza Motorsport's consistent quality over 2 decades by Turn 10, or how Bethesda's attempts to force a company into acquisition gave birth to Roundhouse Studios. For this episode, I can't do that because XGS Publishing aren't a developer. They're a publishing arm that collaborates with third-party studios to create exclusive games. Therefore, in terms of their history, there's nothing really to say. What we can do though is focus on the developers they've worked with and judge those games' critical or commercial success. In the recent past, XGS Publishing has partnered with Insomniac on Sunset Overdrive, Moon Studios with the Ori games, Don't Nod with Tell Me Why, and perhaps most notably, Asobo Studios with Microsoft Flight Simulator. Aside from Tell Me Why, which still has a very respectable 78 on Metacritic, that's an S-tier track record of collaboration. I can personally attest to Sunset Overdrive's quality, as it was my second favourite game back in 2014, and is in desperate need of a current-gen remaster. Not only would the game be so much more enjoyable at 4K 60, but considering Insomniac's ascendance in the industry since their Spider-Man games, it would also have a good chance of being the commercial success it deserves. For both Microsoft Flight Simulator and the Ori franchise, these industry-defining games need no extra praise from me. Their 90+ scores on Metacritic are well deserved, and considering the games also sold well, both Asobo and Moon Studios make excellent targets for Xbox acquisition, as clearly the Microsoft partnership works. Especially considering the flight sim and 2D platformers are genres sorely lacking amongst PlayStation studios. Considering this track record outclasses most of the video game industry, let alone other developers in Xbox Game Studios, can we expect this to continue throughout the series' console generation? There's no reason why we shouldn't. Both Flight Simulator and Ori got excellent Series X ports, but as they're just current-gen upgrades, it's not possible for them to have the selling impact they would have had if those series versions were available at launch. For a game that did launch on series consoles, we can look most recently to July's As Dusk Falls, a narrative adventure game produced in collaboration with Interior Night. Although not necessarily the biggest hit on Metacritic, I'd still argue it was a success considering this was the first game from a small development team. They made an engaging story, which is the main thing. It's more than can be said for the dev they broke away from, the far larger Quantic Dream and its untalented leader David Cage. There's also future games that look promising like Contraband, a co-op-focused open-world game from Avalanche Studios, the makers of Just Cause. The CG trailer that accompanied the announcement was quite poor, as it barely told us anything about the game, and it's been over a year without a second marketing beat, which isn't a great look. But considering the pedigree of the studio and the genre, I'm confident it will be a good game even if it's not advertised well. There's also a turn-based strategy game coming exclusively to PC called Ara History Untold in collaboration with Oxide Games. Again, not much is known other than a technical alpha was recently concluded for people in their insider program. It has only been a few months since the CG announcement trailer though, so it gets a pass from me on the marketing front. Finally, there's also various whispers of many other projects like Project Dragon with IO Interactive and Project Belfry, which is said to be like Dragon's Crown. However, considering the L's leak culture has taken recently, we're going to stick to what we officially know when forming our opinion. Besides, there's still one more official partnership to discuss, and it's the most exciting one. The partnership with Kojima Productions.
Kept you waiting, huh?
This game was announced at the Summer Showcase a few months back and is stated to take advantage of Microsoft's cloud technology, which makes sense considering Kojima was working on a Stadia exclusive before being cancelled, and so he needed to find a new publisher. Despite the game's necessity on cloud technology making it quite experimental, we've seen with Death Stranding that Kojima has the talent to explore new genres and turn them into a critical and commercial success. Furthermore, in June 2021, prominent game designer Kim Swift was hired by XGS Publishing as the Senior Director of Cloud Gaming due to her experience at the now sunken ship that is Stadia. This only brings further expertise to the game that has every chance to be XGS Publishing's biggest commercial success considering the names attached to it. Overall, Xbox Game Studios Publishing has an incredible track record of collaboration with external devs of different sizes around the world. Considering they also have around 136 employees according to their LinkedIn page, they're clearly a big part of Xbox's first party, and so we should see even more partnerships form as the generation continues. I just hope Microsoft does a better job of pushing the publishing arm as a brand, because they deserve the industry's admiration. I can't wait to see what they bring. What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 17 of my State of Xbox Game Studios series. This time, we're looking at Obsidian Entertainment, who many consider the Insomniac of Xbox due to the number of games both released and announced in the past couple of years. 4 to be exact, so we have a lot to discuss. Let's get to it and find out how important they are to Xbox.
And you must face the monsters our sins have borne. Is an oath worth the weight of a crown?
In 2003, this California-based developer was founded by ex-Black Isle employees, where they created RPGs like Fallout 2 and collaborated with BioWare on Neverwinter Nights and Baldur's Gate. Towards the end of 2003, Obsidian was contacted by LucasArts for a game in the Star Wars universe. Their initial pitch of a first-person lightsaber combat game was rejected, so they created a sequel to BioWare's Knights of the Old Republic, as they were familiar with the technology that game used. Originally set for a late 2004 release, LucasArts initially gave Obsidian an extension into 2005, before shifting back to holiday 2004. The move deadline meant only 15 months of development, resulting in crashes and other technical issues, as well as cut content. In a 2003 interview with Obsidian co-founder Chris Avellone, he shared the blame around. LucasArts forced an unreasonably short timeframe, but Obsidian was at fault for not immediately cutting enough features. He noted that all minigames should have been removed and there were too many in-game cutscenes that took away from bug fixes. But despite its issues, KOTOR 2 was a success with a positive 86 on Metacritic and 1.3 million copies sold in the US alone. Just before the launch of KOTOR 2, Obsidian was approached by Atari to be the lead developer on a Neverwinter Nights sequel, with original developer BioWare providing technical assistance. It was both a critical and commercial success back in 2006, but as it's a PC-only release, it's not relevant to Xbox. So, let's move on. With development of Neverwinter Nights 2 ending, Atari wanted Obsidian to revive Baldur's Gate 3. However, the deal fell apart when Obsidian requested a large budget that Atari could not afford. Fortunately, Obsidian was also talking to Sega, who despite cancelling an RPG set in the Alien universe, was still interested in collaborating on a new IP. Obsidian decided on a spy RPG named Alpha Protocol. However, just like KOTOR 2, the game's development was troubled. Obsidian did not have a precise vision and struggled to settle on what gameplay elements to include, resulting in an identity crisis featuring elements from multiple genres. Sega was also unable to make decisions quickly, causing the publisher to cut features after completion. One long segment of the game cost $500,000 to develop, but was eventually cut because Sega thought it was not a good fit for the game. With a buggy release in June 2010 to mixed reviews, it was also a commercial failure, which put any plans for a sequel on hold. It didn't matter too much though, as Obsidian was also working on Fallout New Vegas at the same time. Bethesda was shifting focus back to Skyrim post Fallout 3, so they approached Obsidian to develop another game in the Fallout series because several of them had worked on the franchise back at Black Isle. The plot of New Vegas actually takes heavy inspiration from the original Fallout 3 that Black Isle was developing before cancellation. Obsidian also gave a more prominent role to factions like Caesar's Legion, who were originally created for their version of Fallout 3. Unfortunately though, yet again, between not thoroughly checking for bugs, their unfamiliarity with Fallout 3's Gamebryo engine, and only an 18-month development cycle, New Vegas launched very unstable. But it did still receive positive reviews, sold millions, and developed a strong cult following once bugs were addressed, to the point where many believe its quality exceeds Fallout 3 due to the improved gameplay and writing that put an emphasis on morally grey choices. However, due to the reputation Obsidian had built for launching games with technical issues, they were determined to change by making improvements to their bug tracking system. These improvements were applied to their next project, Dungeon Siege 3, though ironically, despite a stable launch in 2011, it ended up with Obsidian's worst Metacritic and quickly fell into irrelevancy. To make matters worse, Obsidian's next game went through its own problems. South Park and the Stick of Truth was originally published by THQ, who filed for bankruptcy during development and sold the rights to Ubisoft in early 2013. Its release date was then postponed due to Ubisoft requiring significant changes, as well as many ratings boards forcing further censorship on specific scenes. South Park creator Matt Stone said development was much more than he anticipated, but the game eventually released to positive reviews, which praised the comedic script, visual style, and faithfulness to the source material. Post South Park, Obsidian faced a tough financial position that could end the developer. Their next game was cancelled, and New Vegas fell 1 point short of the 85 on Metacritic that would trigger bonuses from Bethesda. Forced to look elsewhere, another avenue fortunately opened: the fast-growing crowdfunding platform Kickstarter. Obsidian launched their Kickstarter campaign for Pillars of Eternity, a spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate, and requested 1.1 million. Some feared they wouldn't even raise 100,000, but by the end, Pillars of Eternity raised 4 million, and released in March 2015 to a positive critical reception. Over the next few years, Obsidian worked on a few small-scale games, including a sequel, but none were particularly noteworthy, so we're jumping ahead to November 2018, when Microsoft announced they had purchased Obsidian.
We see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. And for no reason. People running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool and should bolster pre-sale numbers. We see our hero. But only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
Following acquisition, Obsidian announced The Outer Worlds, an action RPG set in an alternate future where corporations began colonizing alien planets. However, the game remained multi-platform as Take-Two had secured the publishing rights before Microsoft's acquisition. The Outer Worlds released in late 2019 to an 85 on Metacritic and over 4 million copies sold. It's therefore no surprise that a next-gen re-release has been rated and should be officially announced soon. The only other game Obsidian has released is Grounded, a survival game inspired by Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. However, Grounded is a PC and Xbox exclusive despite also being in development before acquisition. With the majority of Obsidian working on The Outer Worlds, Grounded had to go the early access route and released in 2020 with about 20% of the main campaign. It would be over 2 years later before a 1.0 release, but Obsidian used that period listening to community feedback and implementing requests, resulting in an 84 on Metacritic and an install base of billions. So, we're now officially caught up on Obsidian's releases, but like Insomniac for PlayStation, they're not slowing down with another 3 games announced. The next to release is Pentiment, a 2D adventure game slated for November, and as you can see, it has a very unique art style that the Obsidian founders have wanted to make since their time at Black Isle. The other two, a fantasy RPG named Avowed and a sequel to The Outer Worlds, were announced with CGI trailers in June 2020 and 2021 respectively. That's a lot of games, but should we be worried that Obsidian is stretching themselves too thin? Pentiment might not be for everyone, but it's awesome seeing Microsoft greenlight a unique, long-term passion project that Obsidian was never going to get funded pre-acquisition. For Avowed, despite no official gameplay, we know Obsidian had the experience with first-person RPGs to implement their vision. Finally, for The Outer Worlds 2, it's a sequel to an already great game that would have been even better with a bigger budget. Microsoft will write that check. Between these reasons and their Metacritic history, in theory, you should be completely confident that they'll all be great. If anything, Obsidian Entertainment is a textbook example of how Microsoft acquisitions are great for the industry. I do have one problem though that's given me some slight pause: the horrendous marketing. It's been over 2.5 years since Avowed's CG trailer, and we haven't had a second marketing beat. That's a terrible look. It makes Microsoft look so desperate to change the narrative that Xbox has no first-party games that they threw up smoke and mirrors, as clearly, Avowed was announced way too early before anything substantial had been developed. It's not a big ask to see a few seconds of gameplay within 2.5 years of a game's announcement. For The Outer Worlds 2, it might genuinely be Xbox's worst trailer ever, considering the context. It's a quote-unquote parody that's making fun of how CG trailers are really just a glorified way to tell your audience that the game is being announced way too early as nothing of importance has been developed. Except it's not a parody, because it's literally a CG trailer that tells you all they have is a title screen. You're not a parody if you're doing the exact thing you're making fun of. It's also just weird to bring attention to why CG trailers are bad when Microsoft are the publisher who does it the most. Look, I'm like 95% certain these games will be great considering all the evidence. I just have to have some doubt due to the dreadful marketing. Especially for Avowed, but you can't help to have some reservation, given it's been over 2.5 years since announcement without a second of gameplay. Hopefully this small concern is unfounded, and Obsidian can properly elevate their status into the Insomniac of Xbox with a consistent stream of great releases. Their past work already deserves that prestige. Just maybe don't waste resources on a CG trailer when all you have is a title screen. And hopefully The Outer Worlds 2 doesn't also go 2.5 years without gameplay shown. I don't think Xbox could look more desperate if that happens again. What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 18 of my Xbox Developer Series. This time, we're looking at the Kickstarter kings themselves, InXile Entertainment. Let's dive in and see what they bring to the Xbox ecosystem.
We live in a society built on violence.
Can't you see this is the land of confusion?
But it wasn't always like this. Over 100 years ago, everything was different. I believe we can get back there, if we fight this oppression. If we are fearless against the evils of the world, we can be everything we were. In 1987.
InXile was founded by Brian Fargo in late 2002 after leaving Interplay, which he founded back in 1983 and developed games like the Bard's Tale trilogy and the critically acclaimed Wasteland. Interplay was an RPG powerhouse, but Fargo resigned once his relationship with the majority stakeholder deteriorated due to differences over how to move forward in a more console-focused industry. In fact, a lot of people came over from Interplay, with Fargo then taking on the title of Leader in Exile, a running joke that spawned the studio name. Unlike Obsidian, who hit the ground running with big titles like KOTOR 2, InXile's first 8 years were much more difficult. Their first game was The Bard's Tale, a spin-off to the original trilogy and marketed as a humorous parody of fantasy RPGs. However, despite a respectable 75 on Metacritic, the game didn't sell. Their next game, Heist, fared even worse. Announced in 2007, there was silence until 2010 when Codemasters announced the cancellation. According to Fargo, Heist's development was impacted by too much involvement from Codemasters, as well as issues with the PS3's notorious lack of RAM that would hinder an open world. InXile then spent the next few years in pretty much complete irrelevancy, working on iOS and Wii shovelware like Fantastic Contraption, a Flash-based physics game, and Line Rider 2, which got an amazing 59 on Metacritic. The next proper game was 2011's Hunted: The Demon's Forge, an action RPG set in a dark fantasy world. Hunted was born out of InXile's own experience with co-op games and the resulting stream of ideas to improve the genre, mainly by working together, not just playing together. Regardless, despite their wishes to develop a sequel, as many ideas weren't used that could further improve co-op, Hunter didn't sell, and Bethesda didn't greenlight one. Again, it also didn't review well with a 61 on Metacritic. InXile's final game in an 8-year stretch of disappointment was Choplifter HD. Even with the original developer serving as a consultant, it was yet again a commercial and critical failure. By 2012, InXile absolutely weren't living up to the reputation they built at Interplay. Clearly something had to change. Fortunately, like Obsidian when they were in financial trouble, Kickstarter was the answer. Their first Kickstarter success story was Wasteland 2, a post-apocalyptic RPG set in an alternate history where nuclear war between the US and Soviet Union took place. Despite coming out in 2014, plans for the sequel were put in motion far earlier when Fargo purchased the IP from EA back in 2003. He reassembled key members from the original Wasteland and asked for at least $1 million when the Kickstarter opened in March 2012. This was the largest target for any Kickstarter project at that point, but it didn't matter. The original goal was hit in 43 hours, and the campaign concluded with over $3 million. After a year-long delay, Wasteland 2 came to PC in September 2014, followed by a director's cut that also came to consoles a year later. And unlike all previous InXile games which were commercial and critical disappointments, Wasteland 2 succeeded in both, with an 81 on Metacritic and 350,000 copies sold in 4 days. By September 2016, InXile had made $12 million, so it's no surprise they returned to Kickstarter for the next game, Torment Tides of Numenera, a spiritual successor to Planescape Torment. The Kickstarter launched in March 2013 with a $900,000 target, and this time, it only took 7 hours to cross the 1 million mark, a Kickstarter record. By the end, Torment also set the record for the highest funded video game ever on Kickstarter with over $4 million. This was particularly impressive as Wasteland 2 wouldn't release for another 18 months, and so InXile had not yet proven they could deliver a quality game via Kickstarter. Fortunately, this trust paid off as Torment also received a great 81 on Metacritic. Their third and final Kickstarter was a true successor to the Bard's Tale trilogy. This launched in May 2015 with a higher minimum target of $1.25 million, which was still reached in 3 days. Like the previous 2 Kickstarter games, The Bard's Tale 4 also got a director's cut. However, for this game, InXile also developed a VR spin-off called The Mage's Tale at the same time, as this was fully funded by Oculus. It was a first-person dungeon crawler, and development took place at InXile's secondary studio in New Orleans. Assets and toolsets were shared between them and the main California office, so it's not surprising they both got similar Metacritic scores. These two would be InXile's last releases before Microsoft's acquisition in 2018, which Fargo agreed to as Microsoft's support would help InXile make games closer to AAA standards and better compete in the current state of the industry. However, as we've seen with many other Microsoft acquisitions, previous contracts meant that games wouldn't be exclusive straight away.
Colorado ain't easy.
I've got 1 foot in the grave.
Out here, every decision is life or death.
As with Wasteland 2, InXile chose to crowdfund the development of Wasteland 3, though this time, they used the equity crowdfunding service Fig. It concluded in November 2016 with $3 million raised. As this was over 2 years before acquisition, Wasteland 3 still came to the PS4. Though with the acquisition occurring during development, InXile were able to hire more staff, resulting in a budget 3 times more than Wasteland 2. After a couple of delays, the game released in August 2020 and received InXile's highest Metacritic of 85. Finally, there was also a remaster for the original Wasteland, which did come out 6 months earlier than Wasteland 3. However, development started post-acquisition, so it was an Xbox and PC exclusive. The graphics and audio were completely overhauled and the game uses 3D models, though it seems the gameplay mechanics were just too outdated to get above a 62 on Metacritic. Considering InXile's crowdfunding era, should we be excited about what they bring to the Xbox table? And has anything even been announced yet? Well, we got the first glimpse of their next project via the infamous Nvidia GeForce link that contained something called Project Cobalt, which Xbox insider Jez Corden linked to InXile and claimed the game was inspired by technology from the Industrial Revolution. It apparently includes Victorian-era streets, retro-futuristic robots, steam engines, and zeppelins. It's also apparently a first-person RPG that will run on Unreal Engine 5. Despite a horrendous start for InXile, since turning to Kickstarter they've been able to fully fulfill the expectations one would have from a bunch of ex-Interplay leadership. And considering that Wasteland 3 is their highest reviewed game, in no small part to Microsoft's funding that helped to add features like voice acting, InXile make an excellent example of when a Microsoft acquisition works. I can't wait to see what this AAA funding does for their next project, and considering Phil Spencer recently played a development build, we shouldn't be waiting too much longer to find out. What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 19 of the series. This time we're looking at Rare, the Xbox dev with the deepest history of over 100 games produced. That's a lot to discuss, so let's get to it.
Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it.
Founded in 1985, this British developer was established by Tim and Chris Stamper after leaving Ultimate Play the game. Another developer they founded that at that point was one of the UK's largest developers, producing ZX Spectrum hits like Jetpack and Saberwolf. However, due to the Spectrum's popularity not extending out of the UK, they went to Japan and successfully impressed Nintendo with several NES tech demos, to the point where they were given an unlimited budget to create games for the system. This partnership was so successful that by the release of Donkey Kong Country in 1994, Rare had become the premier second-party developer for Nintendo, which came to own a 49% stake in the company. Rare then attracted even more critical acclaim during the N64 era, with games like GoldenEye, Banjo-Kazooie, Perfect Dark, and Conker's Bad Fur Day. It would however be the next generation when this successful partnership would end. Rare's first and only game for the Nintendo GameCube was Star Fox Adventures. Originally an N64 game called Dinosaur Planet, Shigeru Miyamoto then suggested Rare redesign it as part of the Star Fox series for Nintendo's new console. Despite a big change in gameplay for the Star Fox series, the game still received positive reviews and went on to sell 2 million copies. Yet even at the start of the generation, it was clear the cost of game development was significantly increasing, and because of this, Nintendo's once unlimited budget for Rare became limited. They also didn't purchase the company's remaining stake, something the Stampers were surprised by considering Rareware was a huge reason why the N64 had any real success compared to the dominant PS1. This forced Rare to look for potential buyers, and on September 24, 2002, the day after Star Fox Adventure's release, Microsoft acquired them for $375 million, as this was the largest offer. Characters from games developed by Rare such as Conker and Banjo moved to Microsoft, while IP created by Nintendo like Donkey Kong and Star Fox would remain. Additionally, since Microsoft was not part of the handheld market, Rare continued developing games for Nintendo's portable systems post-acquisition, including 2 spin-offs for the Banjo franchise.
What did Microsoft bring to the deal apart from money?
We wanted a partner with the right vision, a vision and optimism for the future. And just listening to what Microsoft has been portraying in the recent past, I mean, it's there. There's a lot of optimism, and that is really good to see. We believe in this industry. We've been making games for over 20 years, and it's our life. And we want someone that actively believes in the future.
Although Rare was now financially secure to create games, they would find the transition from Nintendo to Microsoft would be a long, grueling process that would negatively affect their next few releases. The first of these was Xbox's Grab by the Ghoulies, which was originally in development as a larger non-linear platformer for the GameCube. It got mixed reviews, with the graphics being praised, while criticism primarily directed at the very simplistic gameplay. According to Rare, converting the game to Xbox was far more difficult than anticipated. This forced the simplified gameplay and linear design to have it ready in less than a year for its mandated release date. Circumstances were so bad that the game even releasing was considered a success. Their next game, 2005's Conquer Live and Reloaded, was also developed with the transition to Xbox in mind. Though development started the moment Rare was acquired, the single player was just a remaster of the 2001 N64 game to shorten development time. And even then, the remaster wasn't well received due to the increased censorship, which detracted from comedic highlights such as the great Mighty Pooh song. However, its multiplayer was completely new and successfully capitalized on the very young Xbox Live. This mode remained in the top 10 most played online titles for Xbox well into 2007. Conquer would be Rare's last original Xbox game, but they'd still be feeling the aftereffects of acquisition in the next generation. This is best seen in one of their two launch Xbox 360 titles, Cameo Elements of Power, which was primarily known for its prolonged development cycle that spanned 4 Nintendo and Microsoft consoles. Originally conceived as an N64 Pokemon clone before moving to GameCube, its light-hearted Nintendo overtones were replaced for darker themes more befitting of the Xbox. Then when the game was about 80% finished, it was delayed again to become a launch Xbox 360 title. Whilst this delay did allow Rare to up the visuals and add local co-op, the horrendous development only led to a 79 on Metacritic, and was draining on the team that years later, its creative director essentially disowned the game and said it should never have been released. The game also didn't sell much, resulting in Microsoft cancelling Cameo too. The second of Rare's Xbox 360 launch titles was Perfect Dark Zero, a prequel to the original N64 masterpiece. Again, the game had a troubled development of over 5 years, with its starting life on the GameCube. However, unlike Cameo, which had time to add features for the Xbox 360 launch, several features were cancelled to make the date, including the ability to upload and watch multiplayer matches over Xbox Live. This was because the original Xbox version was still a year away from completion when the shift occurred, though even with the cut content and disappointing campaign, the game still received an 81 on Metacritic due to its amazing multiplayer. It also sold over 1 million copies at launch, but a sequel was never seriously considered, as Microsoft believed they had enough FPS franchises.
The great mighty Pooh, and I am going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of teach comes from my chocolate stuffed fish. How about some scat, you little twat?
Rare's next game, 2006's Viva Pinata, would be a very different gameplay experience compared to previous Rare releases. This time, the player would breed various animal-based pinatas on an island whilst fending off intruders. Due to the kid-friendly art style of the game, Microsoft wanted it to become a key franchise for Xbox 360 and developed a TV show to accompany the game that spanned 2 seasons. The game also sold well to go with its 84 on Metacritic, leading to Phil Spencer publicly confirming the game was considered a success internally. However, its development team saw it as incomplete because many ideas were cut to meet deadlines, and so a sequel titled Viva Pinata: Trouble in Paradise was immediately greenlit and released in 2008. It became the definitive edition by adding new features like co-op, new pinatas, and new biomes, resulting in an excellent 82 on Metacritic. During development of both Viva Pinatas, Rare also dipped their toe into Xbox Live Arcade with 2007's Jetpack Refueled, a remake of the 1983 ZX Spectrum game. Because of the smaller scale of the project, the team had creative control, with Microsoft generally leaving them alone throughout development. It was praised for its graphics, but its repetitive nature meant only a 72 on Metacritic. Post Viva Pinata, Rare was now officially done with projects that started development while at Nintendo. However, it would be their next game that would drag them to their lowest point, 2008's Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. The project initially started off as a remake of the first game, but with it only being 3 years since Conquer, Rare cancelled the project fearing Xbox 360 gamers would dismiss it as another Rare rehash. It was then decided to develop a sequel that would shift the focus from a pure platformer to one emphasizing vehicle construction, where players designed custom vehicles like cars and boats and used them to complete challenges. Again, this was because Rare leadership feared that audiences would not accept a traditional platformer in 2008, despite there being no evidence of this. As you can imagine, fans of the series were not happy with this drastic change. Though Nuts and Bolts received generally positive scores, as reviewers were assessing the game for what it was, it only sold 140,000 copies by the end of 2008 because fans of the series were looking at it for what it wasn't, and wanted nothing to do with what many considered a betrayal of the franchise. It also solidified the decline of Rare's reputation, where even the best successes like Viva Pinata were not held in the same regard as the N64 masterpieces they created. Even Microsoft agreed. They laid off a significant percentage of Rare staff and forced the remaining ones to shift focus to Xbox Live avatars and the upcoming Kinect. Former Xbox executive Peter Moore even publicly voiced his disappointment, noting that Rare was attempting to recreate the glory years, but their skills had become outdated and were no longer applicable in today's market. Of course, Rare disagreed, with senior staff such as Grant Kirkhope believing that Microsoft had ruined Rare when they started forcing their corporate structure on them. The developer was at rock bottom, but there was one small light at the end of the long tunnel. Phil Spencer, who Rare always enjoyed a good relationship with and claimed he was always supportive of them. Keep that in mind. Rare's first Kinect game was 2010's Kinect Sports, which was essentially the peripheral's Wii Sports. It was generally well received, but most importantly, it sold 3 million copies. Far more than any other Rare game on Xbox, and especially impressive considering it required the Kinect. They were essentially assured Rare would remain a Kinect developer, even when they didn't want to be. The sequel released a year later with 6 new sports and voice support. However, just like with the Wii, enthusiasm between this new way to play games was fading, and it only received a 66 on Metacritic. The final game in the franchise was Kinect Sports Rivals, a monumental game in Xbox history that would shift the landscape of gaming forever. That's because it arrived in April 2014, 6 months after the launch of the Xbox One. This meant Kinect, which was initially forced on the consumer with every Xbox One purchase, didn't have a potential killer app to show why it was a necessary part of Xbox's future. So by the time Rivals finally released, Kinect was already all but dead. Who knows if this would have been the case if not for the Rivals delay? Unfortunately for Rare, who had all 200 staff working on it, the delay and the already tepid response to Kinect caused them a significant monetary loss. But fortunately, the one guy who had been supportive of them since 2002 was placed in charge of Xbox in March 2014. They could now shine under Phil Spencer.
You never forget your first game. And the more of them you play, the more of them you love. Every memory is a story to cherish and share. We fought back monsters, soared across the stars, achieved the impossible. We were heroes. There were games that blew us apart, and games that brought us together. Whether you're reliving childhood memories, or discovering classics for the first time, you'll see why the best stories will never be forgotten.
2015 was Rare's 30th anniversary, and so to celebrate the significant milestone, they released Rare Replay, a compilation of 30 Rare and Ultimate Play the Game titles that celebrated their history. Rare added quality of life features like a rewind and manual saves for those particularly hard games like Battletoads, and included several candid interviews and BTS footage that would unlock as players progressed through the games. All of this resulted in Rare's biggest success on the Xbox. Rare Replay was the most pre-ordered game of that year's E3, and when it did come out, it received critical acclaim, which described it as the pinnacle of compilation releases. The only critique was that due to licensing, key games like GoldenEye and Donkey Kong Country were omitted, though no one could fault Rare for this as they had no control over these contracts. Unfortunately for GoldenEye at least, it was announced only a couple of months ago that licensing had been sorted, and it will be coming to Rare Replay for free. You can't get fairer than that. Following this successful compilation that wouldn't have happened without Phil, Rare could now also take their time to make what they wanted, as Phil also gave them that freedom missing from previous Xbox leadership. This positive development environment resulted in 2018's Sea of Thieves, a pirate-themed sandbox Rare created for players to create their own stories. Unlike similar games such as DayZ, Rare aspired to create a more lighthearted and accessible version of these games, though any final design decisions would be born out of the Insider program, which granted fans access to an early build of the game. It's therefore not a surprise that despite its initial mixed reviews, Sea of Thieves found a dedicated audience straight away. Additionally, unlike other Xbox developers, Rare figured out how to create a successful live service model that would regularly provide content, which helped significantly improve its overall reception. But perhaps most importantly, Sea of Thieves was an evergreen commercial success and became Microsoft's most successful original IP of the Xbox One generation, attracting more than 30 million players by June 2022. Rare were now well and truly back to their N64 era glory days. Due to the success of Sea of Thieves, it's afforded Rare to take their time with new releases. In fact, the only upcoming Rare project we know of is the action-adventure game Everwild, a new IP that was announced at XO19. Rare also released a second CG trailer in 2020, which brings me to the only negative point I have to say about the Phil Spencer era of Rare. Since its announcement over 3 years ago, we haven't had a second of gameplay. That's a terrible look that we've seen time and time again with Xbox first party this generation. However, unlike other Xbox games announced way too early like Avowed, there has been unofficial updates from journalists like Jeff Grubb, who reported the game underwent leadership changes and a reboot, and is now expected to release in late 2023 at the earliest. Of course, we all want the game to be good, but it's just another example of how Microsoft bungled their initial first-party announcements this generation, as clearly, the game was nowhere near ready to be publicly announced in 2019. Between this, Perfect Dark, Avowed, and many others, hopefully Phil has learned from this mistake. Aside from this one negative point though, it doesn't take much away from what Rare has transformed itself into ever since there was finally Microsoft leadership who let Rare be Rare. And as we've seen from Phil, we know he'll give this rejuvenated developer as much time as they need to get Everwild right. I just hope we're not waiting too much longer for a second of gameplay. What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 20 of my State of Xbox series. For this episode, we're looking at the creators of the first-person shooter, id Software. Let's find out if their game's going exclusive spells doom for the PS5. id Software was founded in 1991 by programmers John Carmack and John Romero, game designer Tom Hall, and artist Adrian Carmack. A few months earlier, Carmack programmed a way to side-scroll graphics on a PC using Super Mario Bros. 3 as proof. A larger prototype was then sent to Nintendo, who were impressed, but rejected collaboration as they wanted their IP exclusively on Nintendo hardware. Fortunately, at around the same time, Apogee Software founder Scott Miller contacted Romero to collaborate as he knew the group possessed exceptional talent. This led to Commander Keen and Invasion of the Vorticons, a side-scrolling game that incorporated code programmed for the Mario demonstration. The game was immediately successful, and so with their first paycheck, they started id Software. Over the next year, id worked on many projects including Commander Keen sequels, but by late 1991, Carmack's interest had shifted from 2D to 3D, which led to id developing a 3D remake of 1981's Castle Wolfenstein. Unlike other games at the time, Wolfenstein 3D was fast and violent. This helped it achieve critical and commercial success when it released in mid-1992, and is why it's credited with establishing the FPS genre despite not being the first implementation.
This is the first-person shooter, definition here. The gun, the key controls that I had set up for Wolfenstein were the first FPS key controls. And the sound, and the violence, and the speed. All of those things were just, back then, those were huge. Every one of those things was a huge increase in entertainment back then on a PC.
It followed up Wolfenstein 3D with 1993's Doom, which would be their first of many games plagued by a troublesome development that splintered the company. For Doom, this affected co-founder Tom Hall. He created a design doc called the Doom Bible, which fleshed out the lore, but his contributions were dismissed by Carmack, who wanted as little story as possible to focus on technical innovations. Being the chief programmer, Carmack was the more important of the two, and so he got his own way. Hall, feeling slighted, then began spending less time at work and was eventually fired. And unfortunately for him, going with Carmack's vision was the right call, as Doom is considered one of the most significant games in history. Whereas Wolfenstein 3D established the modern FPS, Doom popularized it with approximately 20 million players within 2 years of release. It also established industry-standard modes like online multiplayer and even birthed the term deathmatch. To capitalize on this monumental success, id released Doom 2 exactly 10 months later in October 1994. The sequel was again light on story, but featured larger levels and new weapons and enemies. It was also the first id game to be sold in stores, where 600,000 copies were sold within a month. Doom was a phenomenon, but id would not ride this high with their next series.
Doom 2 is just such a bigger, badder, better version of Doom. A lot of people out there waiting for it, for sure. This is pretty much more popular than football.
Once you start playing, you're hooked.
We have a lot of people asking what to expect in Doom 2, when's it going to come out, where is it going to be, where can they buy the game.
We knew it was going to be a monster hit. When the people from GT Interactive Software sat us down and gave us a clue as to what kind of numbers Doom 2 was doing in pre-orders, we all hit the floor.
id's next game was 1996's Quake, which was their first game with full real-time 3D rendering. Like Doom, Quake received critical acclaim, but this success was overshadowed by a development period so troubled that the majority of the team quit after launch. The biggest departure was co-founder John Romero, who imagined Quake as a full 3D world with third-person melee combat. Other leadership considered this risky, and because the project was taking so long, it was used as the reason to drop his design choices. Romero quit because of this, and was eventually able to make the Quake he envisioned with Daikatana in 2000, which despite also having a shaky development, was still more fun for Romero due to the lack of creative interference. Finally, whilst Quake does share Doom's critical acclaim, its sales were not as close to Doom 2. A disappointment shared with their next game, 1997's Quake 2, which itself is a sequel in name only. This was because the remaining staff did not care for Romero's gothic, Lovecraftian horror themes, and so replaced it with a sci-fi aesthetic that shared no continuity. Quake 2 also saw another notable firing with level designer American McGee. Allegedly, his colleague Tim Willits deliberately gave him bad advice on level design, which he presented to Carmack. This angered him so much that he fired McGee soon after. Despite the continued drama, it still went back to Quake for 1999's Quake 3 Arena. However, this time, a story-based single-player mode was excluded to focus on multiplayer, a design decision credited as the reason why there were no significant issues during development. In fact, it's Carmack's favourite game he's worked on. Quake 3 sales would still be fewer than Doom 2 though, so after 3 attempts, it was time to revisit Hell.
The original founding kind of corporate structure of id Software really led to a bunch of problems. We're all equal partners, and then I see, somebody that's not working as hard, and I can't say I was the most mature about that. I was, 20 something years old, and it did bother me when I'm like, everybody, okay, we need to all pull together, and we've done it before. Everybody, we know we can do this if we get together and we grind it all out, and left at that point where it was, all right, either everybody has to be contributing like up to this level or they need to get pushed out was not, that was not a great situation. And I look back on it and no, we pushed people out of the company that could have contributed if there was a different framework for them.
So if you think the framework was different, some of the human tension could have been a little bit
It almost certainly would have.
Doom 3 came out in 2004 and once again suffered from a turbulent development. In June 2000, John Carmack internally announced a remake of Doom that would utilize next-generation technology. However, other id leadership, including the only other remaining co-founder Adrian Carmack, believed they were going back to the same formulas and properties too often and opposed this. Unfortunately for them, after the positive reception for Return to Castle Wolfenstein, which was itself a remake utilizing next-gen tech, most employees sided with John Carmack and presented id leadership with an ultimatum. Let them remake Doom or fire them. They chose the former. Doom 3 would be more story-focused than previous titles, but would still utilize new technologies like 480p widescreen resolution and 5.1 surround sound. And once again, Carmack's vision proved correct as Doom 3 released to an 87 on Metacritic and sold 3.5 million copies in 2 years, making it id's most successful game. Post Doom 3, id spent the next half-decade releasing mobile games like Doom RPG to no fanfare, and an updated version of Quake 3 Arena called Quake Live. It wouldn't be until 2011 before id released their next AAA game, Rage. This open-world post-apocalyptic FPS was initially going to be published by EA. However, when Zenimax Media acquired id in June 2009, they also took over publishing. according to director Tim Willett, these events didn't affect development, so we can confidently say Rage was always going to end up with a 79 on Metacritic that was praised for its graphics and combat, but criticized for its story and performance. It was also Carmack's last game before he moved to Oculus VR.
The last big game that I worked on at id, which was Rage, we spent 6 years on that game. And we went into that. It was using flashy new technology, which there's some other life lessons about that. But we had an E3 where we were game of show at E3, but we kept on, it didn't quite ship, and by the time it got out, the world had changed around us. The technology decisions that were made for some earlier systems weren't necessarily the right thing for the very latest ones. We now had Call of Duty and Battlefield coming out as these juggernauts that we were competing with. And I look back as one of those real decisions. I think we should have done whatever it would have taken to ship that 2 years earlier, be less ambitious with some of the technologies, and get it out earlier.
Id's next game was Doom 2006, and you guessed it, there were problems during development. Carmack actually hinted Doom 4 was in development back in 2007, or we'd wait 6 years for a proper update. In April 2013, Kotaku published an expose which stated Doom 4 was trapped in development hell and was completely restarted in 2011. This pre-2011 version was a scripted and cinematic uprising of Hell on Earth with heavy comparisons to Call of Duty campaigns. Id would later validate this article, with director Marty Stratton referring to this version of Doom 4 as a mess with a lack of personality. Fortunately, going back to the drawing board led to a string of great decisions, like renaming Doom 4 to Doom, a fitting name as the game would take more inspiration from 90s shooters than its contemporaries. For example, id forwent cinematic set pieces and story to put the focus on the movement and fast shooting. These design decisions led to an 85 on Metacritic, and within 3 months, 1 million copies sold on the PC alone. It would also only be a year to get more Doom with Doom VFR, a VR experience where the player's consciousness is uploaded to an artificial network and is tasked with restoring facility operations. It only scored a 69 on Metacritic, but disappointment was short-lived as a true sequel was announced months later.
The only thing they fear is you.
Doom Eternal's new features included a grapple hook and traversal sections. They also built the multiplayer themselves, as opposed to 2016's outsourcing, to make it more cohesive with the campaign. Doom Eternal released in March 2020 to an 88 on Metacritic and sold 3 million digital copies in the first month, making it id's most successful game of all time. However, once again, Doom Eternal would not go through development without controversy. In May 2020, executive producer Marty Stratton posted on Reddit to claim the game's composer, Mick Gordon, was given extensive time to compose and mix audio tracks, but failed to do so. Id's audio director Chad Mossholder then stepped in to complete the project, but did so with audio that was noticeably heavily compressed. In November 2022, Gordon released his own account surrounding the in-game score in OST. Most importantly, he came with receipts that disproved many claims in Stratton's Reddit post. Bethesda has since publicly come out in support of Stratton, but as this was less than a week ago at the time of recording, I can't tell you how this ends, though I personally find it hard to believe Bethesda and Stratton come out looking good considering Gordon's receipts. Finally, the last game id has released is Quake Champions, an arena shooter that got its 1.0 release in August 2022. It's been well received by Quake fans, but has failed to maintain player retention compared to other free-to-play games.
Well, Machine Games rocks. So Machine Games has nailed Wolfenstein. That's not even a problem, you know. And I think that the internal id studio has nailed Doom. And people were worried before 2016 came out, and it did come out, and people were blown away. Thought it was amazing. And then when the trailer for Eternal came out, it was like, they didn't mess it up, like they just made it the way that Doom 2 was better than the original because of the double barrel. They did that, but then with the new video that they put out with the story, so much more story than I ever would have thought was going to be in it. It looks just awesome. I can't wait.
Do you love following it? Do you still feel emotionally attached, or are you just okay?
Yeah, and it's funny because I talked to the people that id, like I run into them at shows and the lead designer and all that. Like today, I ran into more id guys. And they're like, yeah, we're working on Doom and everything. And so it's like, you guys are taking it forward. Do a good job. Keep going, people can just take it on into the future and just keep doing a kick-ass job.
So, what future projects do we have to look forward to? Unfortunately, all we have is Stratton's confirmation that a new game is in development, and according to rumours, it's a new Quake with both single-player and multiplayer. Whatever it is, id have proven that despite their inability to develop a game without controversy, the very high quality of the end product is also just as assured. And with future titles almost certainly being Xbox exclusive, losing id's industry-defining first-person shooters is a huge blow to PlayStation, who have no first-party equivalents to make up for that loss. It just might be a while before we even get the game's name to parade in front of Sony.
Every project, but the last couple ones we had been considering, well, is it time to remake Doom with new technology and all that? At the end of Quake 3, we did have a little bit of an internal spat over where we were going with the next project. The only kind of foregone conclusion was that it was going to be single-player focused because there was a good contingent in the company that wasn't happy with the Quake 3 kind of activity level of gameplay.
We wanted to really create this scary, intense, action-packed horror game. And everybody is much more afraid when they're alone.
But there was still debate over exactly what we were going to do. And it did come down to a point where, we had a big forced issue about it where I wasn't at all comfortable with the alternate project that was being pushed on there. And it wasn't clear that we could come up with a clear, unified company direction on something brand new. And every project, but the last couple ones we had been considering, well, is it time to remake Doom with new technology?
John, when he was doing research on what the next generation of technology for id was going to be, came to the conclusion that he was going to be able to realize sort of the vision that he had in his mind's eye when he came up with the original idea for Doom, in that we could use and leverage that technology to really create this intense action horror game and make a really scary version of Doom.
Originally, I was opposed to the idea. I was a bit concerned that the team that we had, which was a bit in transition, wasn't going to be able to really push Doom in a direction to sort of live up to the title.
So I just kind of made that the stand and said, now's the time. We can do some really radically better stuff with new technology now.
In hindsight, my opposition was absolutely wrong. The decision was great.
What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 21 of my State of Xbox series. This time, we're looking at Double Fine Productions, a studio whose games are tailor-made for Xbox's Game Pass-focused ecosystem, and had it not been for acquisition, may not even be around anymore. Let's see if they have the talent to return the favor with great exclusive content.
It wouldn't be the first time the Psychonauts underestimated Maligula's power.
Fire! Leave it to me.
Double Fine is a San Francisco-based developer created by Tim Schafer. Prior to this, Schafer was at LucasArts. However, after shipping adventure game Grim Fandango to critical acclaim or commercial disappointment, Schafer became unsure of his position there. He and some of his colleagues then decided to quit, as they foresaw LucasArts continuing to shift away from adventure games as part of the general trend in the industry. Double Fine would start up a few months later in 2000, but it wouldn't be until 2005 before they released their first game, Psychonauts. As development began during the dot-com boom, the cost of San Francisco office space was very expensive, which forced Double Fine to work out of a cheap warehouse that was not conducive to an efficient development environment. They secured an actual office in 2003, but the move only further delayed development. Psychonauts was also initially going to be published by Microsoft and exclusively released for the Xbox. However, once Ed Fries, who signed the deal on Microsoft's behalf, left in 2004, Microsoft cancelled the publishing deal. Double Fine then had to spend time courting a new publisher, which eventually led to InXile Entertainment. But this came with the addition of a Windows version they had to develop, as well as a PS2 version that would be done by an external developer, but still further stretched Double Fine resources who would have to oversee the project. It's therefore no surprise Psychonauts took so many years, even with what executive producer Caroline S. Murdoch describes as the most insane crunch I've ever witnessed. Fortunately, these setbacks didn't affect the game's quality as it received an 88 on Metacritic, but only sold around 400,000 copies. resulting in a severe financial loss for all parties.
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious. Special delivery today. I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
Boyd? Are you okay?
Time for the final delivery to this address.
Hey, is that milk regular kind? Or the exploding dream kind?
It's fortified with what the world wants. What the world deserves.
Double Fine's next game was 2009's Brutal Legend, an action-adventure real-time strategy hybrid that was published by EA, though this wasn't always the case. Originally, Brutal Legend was going to be published by Vivendi Games. However, during development, Vivendi merged with Activision, who subsequently dropped the game from its portfolio. To make matters worse, Activision didn't even tell Double Fine, who found out from an official press release that omitted the game from Activision's release schedule. Brutal Legend eventually released to an 82 on Metacritic, with the reviewers praising its story and characters, while slating the RTS segments which were not properly advertised during the lead-up to release. Unfortunately, the game also sold only a few 100,000 copies, making it a commercial failure. This caused EA to cancel the upcoming sequel, which Schafer believed had already been greenlit, and so had already invested a significant amount on the sequel they planned on being 3 times larger in scope. This sudden cancellation nearly ruined Double Fine, though in hindsight was a blessing in disguise considering what happens next.
Got a lot of competition though. It's a big busy season for
What are you talking about, competition? Who?
A few big games, like Assassin's Creed 2 is coming out.
What?
You get to dress up like a bird and climb on buildings.
Dress up like a bird? Who wants to do that? Dude, what about in Brutal Legend when Eddie Riggs sprouts demon wings and flies across the landscape?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's
Yeah,
pretty cooler.
yeah.
Modern Warfare 2 is coming out too. And you pre-order that game, you get these night vision goggles.
Oh, wow. What about when you pre-order Brutal Legend and you get an official Tenacious D guitar avatar? Huh?
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is a little cooler.
I should say so.
Yeah. Well, then there's also Uncharted 2, the Drake's Fortune. You know, he has a half tuck. In the sequel, it's now like a 5/8 tuck. It's even more tuck.
Wait a second. Uncharted Poo? Who the cares about that game?
Due to the numerous publishing issues surrounding Brutal Legend's development, Schafer attempted to boost company morale by engaging staff in what he termed the Amnesia Fortnight. For 2 weeks, employees were split into 4 groups, told to forget their current work on Brutal Legend and develop a game prototype for review. This meant that fortunately, Double Fine had numerous projects to quickly pivot to after Brutal Legend 2's sudden cancellation, and actually led to their next 4 games. The first to release was 2010's Costume Quest that was published by THQ. Unlike Double Fine's previous games, which had 4 to 5 year development cycles, Costume Quest 2 was completed in under a year and for only $2 million. This shortened schedule was beneficial as it limited the scope of the game and prevented feature creep. In the end, Costume Quest released to a 74 on Metacritic, with praise for the game's uniqueness and charm, but criticized for its simple gameplay. The next Amnesia Fortnite game was Stacking, a puzzle game inspired by Russian stacking dolls that released in February 2011. Again, THQ provided a budget of $2 million, but Stacking reviewed much better with an 84 on Metacritic, where the use of multiple solutions to solve varied challenges was praised. The third game was Iron Brigade, which released just a few months after Stacking. However, this time, Microsoft would serve as the publisher. This hybrid tower defense / third-person shooter received an 82 on Metacritic for its writing and fun, replayable gameplay. The final Amnesia Fortnite game to be produced was Sesame Street Once Upon a Monster, which was published by Warner Bros. And released in October 2011. This was Double Fine's first game to use the Kinect, as well as their first licensed game. It received a respectable 79 on Metacritic for succeeding in its goal to be educational for kids, but still engaging enough for parents. Post-Amnesia Fortnite, Double Fine produced more than 5 titles over the next 2 years. This included more Kinect games like Happy Action Theatre, where Schafer wanted very simple gameplay so his young daughter could play it without help, and The Cave, a 2013 2D game created by former LucasArts colleague Ron Gilbert, where a cave lures people in to explore their darker personality traits. However, it's 2014's Broken Age that would be the game Double Fine is remembered for during this era.
Starting with some sad news, I think that email went out that one of our coworkers is leaving. My old friend Ron Gilbert is going to be leaving Double Fine and pursuing his... Let's have a big round of boos for Ron Gilbert. Boo! Yeah. We don't handle goodbyes well, Ron, here. To pursue his lifelong dream of not working at Double Fine. So Ron will be leaving pretty soon, like today. He doesn't like long, drawn-out emotional goodbyes, so he wanted to just leave and not to linger on. But yeah, do you have a long speech that you'd like to make at this point?
I don't. Okay. I don't.
And with those words...
Broken Age is a point-and-click adventure game that marks Schafer's return to the genre since 1998's Grim Fandango. It was also Double Fine's first game to be crowdfunded through Kickstarter. This idea came after Schafer was interviewed for 2Player Productions' Minecraft documentary that was also funded through Kickstarter, and the two agreed to collaborate on documenting the development of a new game. They began working on the specifics of the project, but Schafer realized publisher interference would make an honest portrayal of game development impossible. And with Double Fine lacking the resources to self-publish, Kickstarter was the only avenue. Double Fine set the goal for the project at $400,000, with $100,000 for film production and $300,000 for the game. Although this was the largest goal of any gaming project on Kickstarter, it was the lowest budget Schafer had worked with. Fortunately, lack of money was never a problem, as within 9 hours, Broken Age exceeded the $400,000 goal, and by the end, received more than $3.3 million from over 87,000 backers. It received an 82 on Metacritic, with Act 1 releasing in 2014 for PC, followed by Act 2 as a full package in 2015, along with the PS4 version. The success of Broken Age also convinced similar studios to fund their games through Kickstarter, like InXile's Wasteland 2, which achieved similar success.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. You caught me indulging in one of my many impressive hobbies. I'm Tim Schafer, and I'm a man of many passions. Drumming, skydiving, like charity or something. But one of the things I'm most passionate about is making games. People come up to me all the time, and they say,
"You should make a point-and-click graphic adventure."
You know, I would, except...
Adventure games are not dead!
Okay, I'm on your side, but if I were to go to a publisher right now and pitch an adventure game, they'd laugh in my face.
But I have money, and I'd buy a copy.
Well, that's nice, but unfortunately, not enough money to make a game.
But there's a ton of people out there that are just like me. They'd buy one too.
I wonder if that's true.
Dude, it's totally true. There's so many people
talking
who buy
to you.
it.
What if there are a lot of adventure game fans out there who want an adventure game? I wonder if there's some way that I could talk to them directly. Cut out publishers altogether.
Post Broken Age, Double Fine continued to release multiple games every year, including other Kickstarter-funded projects like 2015's Massive Chalice and 2014's Costume Quest 2. They also acquired the rights to several of Schafer's LucasArts-era games, like Grim Fandango and Full Throttle. Surprisingly, this was actually achieved with the help of Sony, which is why these remasters were PlayStation exclusive for a period. Double Fine also secured the publishing rights to Psychonauts back in 2011, where due to positive word of mouth, had sold 1.7 million copies by 2015. It's therefore no surprise that a sequel would become the priority.
I want to tell you about a boy.
Ooh, is it me?
Please save your questions to the end, Rasputin.
Okay.
He was a uniquely talented acrobat, but also a gifted psychic.
Don't forget my canoeing badge.
He was a big pain in the neck. But somebody messed up and let him into the Psychonauts.
That was you, Agent Cruller.
This 10-year-old circus runaway was somehow allowed to join an international group of psychic super spies. And now he's headed to our main headquarters, right into the Mother Lobe.
Man, you guys really like puns.
Psychonauts 2 was announced in 2015, along with the FIG crowdfunding campaign for a third of the development budget, which totaled around $3.3 million. The rest would come from Starbreeze Studios, who would fund distribution, but let Double Fine retain control of the IP and the development process. Additionally, just days after Psychonauts 2's announcement, Double Fine also announced Psychonauts in the Rhombus of Ruin, a VR experience that bridges the story between the 2005 game and upcoming sequel. Released in 2017 for all VR platforms and received a 71 on Metacritic. Double Fine originally planned on releasing the sequel just a year later, but were only able to premiere the first full trailer at the 2018 Game Awards. Then came the bombshell. Xbox announced that they had acquired Double Fine at the 2019 E3 conference and that they had purchased the publishing rights from Starbreeze for $13.2 million, which is around $5 million more than Starbreeze were going to invest. Microsoft also paid back big crowdfunders much earlier at a 139% return. It's due to this crowdfunder though that meant Psychonauts 2 would remain multi-platform. Psychonauts 2 eventually released 3 years later than anticipated in 2021, but it was for all the right reasons. Due to Microsoft's infinite budget, Double Fine could develop the boss fights that they wanted to make, but would have been cut if not for acquisition due to financial constraints. Additionally, the Microsoft budget allowed Double Fine to create excellent Series S and X versions, and could do all this extra work without crunch, as the game didn't need to come out by a certain time just so San Francisco bills could be paid. These ideal conditions led to an 87 on Metacritic, as well as a Game of the Year nomination, with critics calling Psychonauts 2 a worthy sequel due to the story, characters, humor, and examination of mental health issues with finesse.
The original Psychonauts was shipped on April 19th, 2005, and it won Eurogamer's Game of the Year. And when G4 TV listed the best Xbox games of that generation, Psychonauts was their number 6. It sold a couple 100,000 copies, went out of print, and then faded off into the sunset forever. Or so it seems. In 2011, we got the rights to the game back. We updated it, republished it, and in the last 5 years, it's actually sold double what it did in the first 5 years. So instead of fading away, the power of Psychonauts has only grown.
It's pretty clear that even with Microsoft only being involved with around half of Psychonauts 2's development, they were nothing but a positive influence, and absolutely deserve credit for breaking down any barrier for Double Fine to make the best game they could. Schafer has even echoed these sentiments himself, stating that Microsoft had limited integration, with Double Fine retaining all control on the creative elements, while leaving the financial issues up to Microsoft to manage. Unfortunately, this ideal relationship will continue with all future Double Fine games, whose unique experiences make a perfect fit for Game Pass. Schafer himself acknowledges his games have an aesthetic that people wouldn't pay full price for, but the low barrier of entry for Game Pass makes it the perfect marketplace for people to at least try these new experiences. Thus, Schafer felt that Microsoft's acquisition allows the studio to continue to develop experimental games and allow these projects more exposure than possible before. The whole company won't even have to worry about struggling to find a publisher for their next unique game as well, which has plagued the developer for its whole history. Overall, Double Fine might be the developer to benefit the most from Xbox acquisition, and makes an excellent example how Microsoft's hands-off approach can result in amazing games, providing the developer has competent leadership. And even though we have no new details on the next game, we know that multiple projects are being worked on, and that none of them are sequels, something highly unlikely to be the case if Double Fine was still independent. And with Psychonauts clearly hitting a new level of quality due to Microsoft, I am supremely confident that these games will be even better with Xbox integration from the beginning. Hopefully Double Fine can hit that Amnesia Fortnite cadence again, and we're not waiting too long for their next unique masterpiece. What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 22 of my State of Xbox series. This time, we're looking at the final developer under Bethesda's umbrella, and it's the prime one, Bethesda Game Studios. Can their games going exclusive result in millions switching from PlayStation to Xbox? Are they even the best Bethesda developer despite being the main one? Let's find out.
That's why we're here. To discover what's out there.
Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
Bethesda Game Studios is a Maryland-based developer that was technically established in 2001. Prior to this, these same developers were making the games you'd expect, like 1994's Elder Scrolls Arena. However, in 2001, their parent company Zenimax Media decided to split publisher and developer responsibilities. Under the leadership of Todd Howard, Bethesda Game Studios would continue developing games under this new name, while Bethesda Softworks would focus on publishing games from all the developers that ZeniMax owns. I know, it's a little confusing, but it wouldn't be long before Bethesda Game Studios established themselves with their first game in 2002, The Elder Scrolls III: Morrowind. Development started once Elder Scrolls II released, but it was quickly decided that current technology was too weak to match their scope, and so was put on hold in 1997. Even once production started again a couple of games later, Morrowind still scrapped huge features like online multiplayer. Despite the reduced scale, BGS tripled their staff just to prevent Morrowind from being delayed too far out of its initial 2001 release date. It eventually released in May 2002 to an 89 on Metacritic, primarily for its open world and open-ended gameplay. It also sold well to match its critical success, as it was in the top 10 best-selling games on Xbox for a full year, an accomplishment shared only with Halo 1. However, it was technical issues that prevented Morrowind from reviewing higher. This broken code would unfortunately become synonymous with the developer.
I was the kid, I was writing games when I was, 12, whatever, and the other kids in the block would say, I'm gonna play quarterback for the Cowboys, and I'd be like, I'm gonna make video games and everyone's gonna play them. Like, you dork, go back to the chess club. Who's laughing now? Yes, I was in the chess club.
Post-Morrowind, BGS took a detour with IHRA Drag Racing 2005 before returning to the Elder Scrolls franchise with 2006's Oblivion. This time, the team opted for faster gameplay and fully voiced NPCs to differentiate the sequel. Additionally, in response to the simplistic NPCs Morrowind was criticized for, Oblivion used the Radiant AI system. This let NPCs make contextual choices to achieve their goals, rather than just complete scripted routines. For example, an NPC who wanted food might steal from others if given the opportunity and it was in their character. These improvements elevated Oblivion to a 94 Metacritic, and it even won Game of the Year at the 2006 Game Awards, as well as selling 9.5 million copies to match this monumental success. Though once again, criticism was primarily aimed at technical issues, as well as the infamous horse armor DLC. Despite Oblivion's ridiculous critical and commercial success, BGS shocked the industry with their next game, Fallout 3. This was because the Fallout franchise was not originally a Bethesda IP. In fact, Black Isle Studios, who developed Fallout 1 and 2, were at one point developing their own version of Fallout 3. Unfortunately for them, Interplay Entertainment went bankrupt and shut them down before it was completed. Fallout was then sold to Bethesda, who decided to rebuild Fallout 3 from scratch. This resulted in significant changes, like a switch to 3D graphics and real-time combat. When Fallout 3 released in 2008, it was met with universal acclaim for its open-ended design, choices that had real-world consequences, and excellent VO from the likes of Liam Neeson. However, its 91 on Metacritic didn't quite match Oblivion due to VATS not being the most polished alternative to real-time combat, and it also launched with far more technical issues, many of which were game-breaking, though it still beat Oblivion with over 12.5 million copies sold. Its 5 DLC packs were also considered some of the best ever, though GTA 4 also releasing in 2008 meant it had no chance at the Game Awards.
What excites us in terms of what's going to have the biggest impact to you when you're playing the game and you're this character? So that's, the main reason for first person is that, I want you to touch the world and make it feel real. And I just think the emotional impact of that is much greater, but then you can really pull the camera back in third person and play it that way if you want to get a better sense of your surroundings. So we've spent a lot of time on the third person over the shoulder stuff. But then VATS does allow you to, as soon as someone shoots you, just go into VATS and what's the situation? And if you want to take care of it tactically in VATS, you can. And if you just want to use VATS just to check out what the situation is and then leave it and go run and gun the guys, if that's more fun for you, so be it.
Post Fallout 3, BGS went on to develop their most successful game, 2011 Skyrim. Like Oblivion, Skyrim utilized Radiant AI, but expanded it to allow further interaction between NPCs and the open world. These incremental improvements could be seen throughout Skyrim, which is why it also received a 94 Metacritic and Game of the Year. However, once again, Skyrim was plagued with technical issues, especially on consoles where limited RAM guaranteed crashes and low frame rates. BGS's building reputation for broken code didn't affect sales though, as Skyrim sold 30 million copies in 5 years. Then came a remaster for PS4 and Xbox One in 2016, a Switch port in 2017, Skyrim VR in 2018, a PS5/Series version in 2021, and another Switch version in 2022. Yes, Skyrim has been memed for so many versions, but considering the game still sells millions of copies every year, a decade after launch, you can't blame Bethesda. The game's the game. But Skyrim would end up being the high point for a developer that was about to have a very significant fall.
Now, Skyrim looks to the future, to its ultimate version.
Alexa, play Skyrim.
You're level 57 and see a tall snowy mountain.
Climb it.
Now, Skyrim and life become one.
A mud crab scuttles towards
First
you.
Roda!
I didn't catch that.
First Roda!
I didn't quite catch that.
First Roda!
Your shout echoes all the way to Sovngarde.
Skyrim, very special edition. Also coming soon to Etch-a-Sketch, Motorola Pagers, and your Samsung smart refrigerator.
Islanus.
BGS decided to go back to the Fallout franchise once Skyrim DLC was completed, and they would do so with a few different games. Unfortunately, these games would finally tarnish their reputation in a way that stuck. The first to release was 2015's Fallout Shelter, a free-to-play mobile game where you managed your own vault. It scored a disappointing 71 on Metacritic due to its lack of depth, use of time-saving microtransactions, and was ultimately a game no one really wanted from such a prestigious single-player focused RPG developer. And then came Fallout 4. Despite numerous leaks beforehand, Todd Howard finally showed off Fallout 4 at E3 2015 with an extensive demo that introduced new features like managing settlements and a crafting system. It released just 6 months later, and to be fair, received a commendable 84 Metacritic, getting the usual praise on player freedom as well as the usual criticism on tech issues. It also sold more copies than Skyrim in the first year. Yet Fallout 4 would win very few awards due to The Witcher 3, which came out 6 months earlier and completely outclassed it with its gameplay, story, amount of content, graphics, and far fewer technical issues. And this was done by a developer with far less resources than CD Projekt Red. It's one thing to launch a great RPG with technical issues like before, but now that they were also being outmatched by competitors in the same genre, BGS really had to step it up for their next game to prove that they hadn't been left behind. And well, I guess it's time to discuss Fallout 76. Fallout 76 released in 2018 and easily did the most reputational damage to not only Bethesda Game Studios, but Bethesda as a whole. In regards to the actual game, this was because Fallout 76 was an online-only multiplayer experience, which apparently meant there was no need for the NPCs they had implemented so successfully in prior games. What was left was a husk of an open world that lacked competent game design, but still had the developers' trademark tech issues. This resulted in BGS's worst Metacritic of 49, with sites like Giant Bomb and PC World ending reviews early because staff didn't want to waste their time with such a purposeless / broken game that sold significantly less than Skyrim and Fallout 4. And as embarrassing as the game was at launch, their reputation only got worse due to the several unnecessary mistakes made afterwards. Here's just a few. Fallout 76's Special Edition was advertised to include a canvas duffel bag, but a cheaper nylon one was used instead. In response, Bethesda claimed this was due to unavailability of materials, and that they wouldn't do anything about it despite not notifying pre-order customers before the game's launch. Then once the new story started gaining traction, Bethesda offered the equivalent of $5 in Fallout 76 currency, which wasn't even enough to buy the canvas bag in the game. And then it was discovered that Bethesda had actually made canvas bags and gave them to influencers for free. So after all this embarrassing press, Bethesda finally did the right thing and posted canvas bags 6 months later. There was also the inclusion of cosmetic items that cost nearly as much as Fallout 4's Season Pass, microtransactions that provided gameplay advantages despite assurances that this would never happen, and the ability to play on a private server through their $13 a month subscription, which was a feature heavily requested to be included with the base game when it was announced 18 months earlier. I could go on about former employees blaming senior staff for ignoring their game design concerns, or how developers like Arkane had to divert resources from Redfall just to get Fallout 76 to ship, but you get the point. And to be fair, BGS has somewhat turned Fallout 76 into a respectable game, especially with the 2020 Wastelanders update that introduced NPCs, but the reputational damage was done. Finally, I just want to briefly mention their most recent game, a free-to-play Elder Scrolls RPG that had a year of early access on iOS and still released to a new low of 42. It's already clear just how far the dev has fallen though, so let's look to the future.
The only way out is death.
The path ahead may be dangerous, but we are not stopping.
Most Dusties don't even make it this far.
Because whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever.
The footage you just saw is from Starfield, Bethesda Game Studios' upcoming space-themed RPG that was announced at E3 2018 and will be their first new IP in over 2 decades. Starfield was then shown off again at E3 2021 and given a November 22 release date, before being delayed to sometime before July 2023. This was a massive blow to Xbox, as it was meant to be their marquee 2022 exclusive. But considering the reputational damage BGS has taken with their past 4 games, Starfield needs to hit Skyrim levels of critical and commercial success for the studio to remain relevant, and they know this. And this was before they were acquired by Microsoft, which has added the extra pressure of needing to be a system seller that convinces many potential PS5 owners to switch to Xbox. As someone who was blown away by Fallout 3 back in 2008, I hope they can once again reinvent the open-world RPG shooter. But considering the last 7 years, it's hard to be confident no matter how many delays Phil Spencer grants them. It's also worth mentioning that Elder Scrolls 6 was announced in 2018, and Todd Howard told IGN that Fallout 5 would come after. It makes a good headline, but let's be real here. Elder Scrolls 6 is coming in 2027 at the earliest. According to Howard himself, it's still in pre-production 4 years after announcement because it's all hands on deck for Starfield. And considering Starfield's success or failure will solidify how the industry looks at BGS going forward, let's get past that release before contemplating what their games could look like in 5+ years. They've already proven in the past 7 just how tarnished a reputation can become. Besides, when it comes to Fallout, right now, I'd rather see a new Vegas 2 from the consistently great Obsidian than a new mainline entry from Todd Howard anyways. What's up everyone, and welcome to episode 23 of my State of Xbox Developer series. Considering we only have one more studio to look at, I thought it was fitting to leave the most important one, the one in charge of Xbox's flagship Halo franchise, until last, 343 Industries. After all, before 343 had even released a Halo game, Phil Spencer let them know what was at stake when he publicly said if they lose their way with this IP, Xbox as a whole has lost its way. 343 have now also been guiding Halo for longer than Bungie, whose monumental success with the IP is the reason why Xbox was able to disrupt the industry and become the 3rd console maker in the early 2000s. There's therefore no reason why Halo shouldn't be thriving. Is this the case? Let's find out.
Halo. It's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
Founded in 2007, 343 Industries was created with the sole purpose of continuing Halo, a franchise that through Bungie's talent had become the most popular first-person shooter on console. It's therefore not surprising that 343 is housed just 3 miles away from Microsoft HQ to keep them close as they oversee Xbox's most important IP. The studio is even named after Halo character 343 Guilty Spark, so that it was clear to Xbox owners that this was Bungie's successor, though they continued working on the franchise with games like Halo ODST and Halo Reach until 2010, which gave 343 enough incubation time to hire up and establish a culture that could develop quality Halo games which lived up to Bungie's legacy.
I'm glad to have your skill set, but we're a team. That lone wolf stuff stays behind. Clear? Got it, sir.
Speaking of legacy, the first game 343 released was Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, a remake of the 2001 original Xbox launch title Halo Combat Evolved. This was done to ingratiate themselves with Halo fans, make a statement that they were capable of continuing Bungie's work, and celebrate the 10th anniversary of this industry-changing masterpiece. However, as 343 were primarily focused on a true sequel to Halo 3, they collaborated with Saber Interactive to remake the campaign and Certain Affinity for the multiplayer. This 3-party collaboration proved to be successful, as the remake released to a great 82 on Metacritic, with praise focusing on the game engine that allowed the player to seamlessly toggle between the original and remade HD graphics in-game with just a click of a button. It was in fact Halo 1's original gameplay that lowered the score due to feeling outdated and imbalanced, though I'd argue 343 made the correct choice of ensuring the original gameplay was preserved. This is what the majority of long-time Halo fans wanted, as this was the experience they remembered from 10 years ago, and they were the audience that 343 had to get into the good graces of in order to have any long-term success. The anniversary was also applauded for introducing online support for both co-op and multiplayer modes that wasn't possible with the original release, though the multiplayer itself was criticized for primarily just being Halo Reach's multiplayer, with only 7 maps getting the full remake treatment. A decision 343 Industries director Frank O'Connor knew was controversial, even at 343, but was necessary so that Halo's player base wouldn't be divided and interrupt Halo Reach's lifespan. Overall, Halo Anniversary was a great first game 343 sorely needed to show fans that Xbox's most important IP was in the right hands now that Bungie was gone. And it wouldn't be too long before 343 could prove they could create their own Halo game, with Halo 4 releasing less than a year later.
Wake up, Chief. I need you.
Halo 4's development cycle was 3 years, which was quite long for a 360-era game, but necessary considering this was 343's first original Halo title that they had to get right. For the campaign, 343 created a new Forerunner-focused setting and enemy faction to differentiate from the original Bungie trilogy and expand the Halo universe. They also grounded the story by primarily focusing on the relationship between the IP's 2 main protagonists in Master Chief and Cortana. Halo 4 released to an excellent 87 on Metacritic, with critics praising this story and the reintroduction of the Master Chief, who wasn't in the last 2 Bungie games. However, the actual levels, though beautiful, were criticized for its lack of scale and spectacle. According to 343, this was due to hardware limitations of the 360, in the same way that the original Xbox throttled Bungie's ambitions for Halo 2. Multiplayer was also not particularly well received, but to be fair, this started with Bungie's Halo Reach, which was clearly influenced by Call of Duty due to what a juggernaut its multiplayer had become. Mechanics like loadouts just didn't translate well to Halo. Regardless, despite being Xbox's most expensive first-party title at the time, this was offset with a new sales record for the franchise. But most importantly, 343 proved they could make their own quality Halo game leading into the Xbox One generation.
Master Chief, defend this station.
Yes, sir. I need a weapon.
Right this way.
The Xbox One launched in 2013, and it would only be another year until the 10th anniversary for Halo 2. So once again, 343 decided to remake a Bungie masterpiece as their first next-generation game. However, this time, all 4 mainline titles would be included in a compilation called the Master Chief Collection. According to then 343 studio head Bonnie Ross, the initial plan was just to remake Halo 2 because Halo 4 was meant to be an Xbox One launch title. However, when it became a 2012 Xbox 360 game, the time between Halo 4 and 5 then became too long, and so there needed to be a larger collection to warrant the wait. Although Halo 1, 3, and 4 only received minor graphical upgrades, Saber Interactive would once again completely remake the Halo 2 campaign, and this time, the prestigious Blur Studio would remake the cutscenes. The collection then launched on Halo 2's 10th anniversary to an excellent 85 on Metacritic, but this would unfortunately mark a turning point for both the game and 343 for the worse. Because when the game launched, it was immediately apparent that the online infrastructure 343 and Certain Affinity developed was completely broken. Essentially, every player experienced problems ranging from online matchmaking, uneven matchmaking if they even got into a game, inaccurate stats, and player ranks resetting. This horrendous situation would continue for not weeks, not months, but years, as 343 had to completely alter their infrastructure to fix the problem. To be fair to Microsoft, many senior staff including Bonnie Ross and Phil Spencer apologized multiple times. They also extended Xbox Live Gold and offered a remaster of the ODST campaign for free to anyone who played the game before December 2014. But this was such a huge misstep that these gestures didn't come close to undo the reputational damage 343 had brought on themselves. After all, Bungie never had a problem this large with their 5 Halo titles. It was therefore imperative for 343 to ensure Halo 5 was well received to prevent even worse comparisons with Halo's former developers.
You are a hunter, yes, a seeker of things.
That's not the official job title, but it's close enough.
And now you hunt other Spartans.
I'm not so much hunting a Spartan as I'm hunting the Spartan.
Halo 5 Guardians released on Xbox One in October 2015, but development started right after Halo 4 released in late 2012. 343's vision for Guardians was to take what critics didn't like about Halo 4 and turn them into a strength. This meant utilizing Xbox One's hardware and Microsoft's cloud infrastructure for larger levels and multiplayer maps that, unlike Halo 4, would run at 60 FPS. They also further expanded the universe by introducing new characters like the playable Spartan Locke of Fireteam Osiris, who was hunting the Chief. Guardians was also 343's first multiplayer developed without Certain Affinity. There were 20 maps at launch, with a further 15 added over the next year for free, as 343 didn't want to divide their players. All this led to an 84 on Metacritic, with the multiplayer in particular being extremely well received, as it ripped out any COD influences and returned to classic Halo Arena gameplay. Furthermore, the new Warzone mode also kept 343's promise of bringing larger scale battles across huge environments that wasn't possible on 360 hardware. Also, this time, the multiplayer actually worked. However, unlike Halo 4, where the campaign was preferred over the multiplayer, the inverse occurred with Guardians. Although the general gameplay and larger level design was well received, the campaign story was slated for straying too far from Master Chief and Cortana and forcing the player to consume Halo content outside of the games to fully understand the story. Also, for some reason, 343 thought it was a good idea to play as Locke over Chief for the majority of the levels. I guess they never read Halo 2 reviews. Finally, Guardians was also criticized for not including couch co-op, a decision 343 promised they would never make again. Keep that in mind when we discuss Halo Infinite. Campaign issues aside though, Guardians still sold 5 million copies in 3 months and ended up being the Xbox One's best-selling first-party game. Trust me when I say it was well received in 2015 and helped Halo fans somewhat forgive 343's failures with the Master Chief Collection. The industry's revisionist history paints Guardians in a far more negative light than it deserves.
All hail the conquering hero. The one who was supposed to save us all. But now I must save us. From you.
Although it took 343 more than 6 years to release Halo Infinite after Guardians, Halo games were still releasing. In fact, 343 collaborated with numerous studios to release spin-offs since 2013, like Halo Spartan Assault, a twin-stick shooter by Vanguard Games that was Halo's first game to release on mobile. Though it only scored a 53 on Metacritic, the 2015 sequel Spartan Strike fared much better with an 86 thanks to better controls and mission variety. 343 also collaborated with Creative Assembly to remaster Ensemble's 2009 Xbox 360 RTS Halo Wars, resulting in an 81 on Metacritic and further cementing it as the best-selling console RTS ever. Creative Assembly then released Halo Wars 2 in 2017, and it was also well received. It also introduced Halo Infinite's main enemy faction with the Banished. Finally, there was also the 2018 arcade game Halo Fireteam Raven, which by all accounts seems to be a fun spectacle to play through once. However, as these games are spin-offs that were developed externally, they're not really worth more than a brief mention when assessing 343, especially when looking at the ongoing train wreck that is Halo Infinite, which overshadows any critical or commercial accomplishments these spin-offs achieved. Speaking of Infinite, in the interest of time, I have decided to dedicate an entire episode to its assessment, due to there just being so much to cover in its 7+ years in development. We'll figure out where current day Xbox's most important game stands in 2023, how that affects how we should look at 343 going forward, and yes, there will be a spirited defense of Halo 4 and 5. What's up everybody, and welcome to a special episode dedicated to the train wreck that is Halo Infinite's development. As we saw previously, 343 did a respectable job continuing Halo once Bungie left, with the biggest issue being the Master Chief's broken multiplayer that took years to fix. However, 343 also proved they could create engaging original content like Halo 4's intimate story, or the sheer amount of maps and modes seen in Halo 5's excellent back-to-basics arena multiplayer. There was also just over 6 years between the releases of Halo 5 and Infinite, so 343 had more than enough time to develop all aspects into a critically acclaimed experience by taking the excellent components of previous games and just iterating on them. This obviously didn't happen, and here's why. (2,235 days). That's the amount of time between the releases of Halo 5 Guardians and Halo Infinite. This is over twice as long as the 1,086 days between Halo 4 and 5. Yet even with one of the longest and most expensive development cycles in history, I'd argue that as an overall package, Infinite is actually worse than these other numbered entries 343 created. Here's just a taste of what was wrong with Halo Infinite at launch. The disjointed story was easily the weakest part of Halo 5, yet once again, 343 wrote a story that required the player to go outside of mainline Halo entries to fully understand it. As if you didn't play through Halo Wars 2, you would have no idea who the main antagonists were in The Banished. Speaking of the campaign, its semi-open world of Zeta Halo only had one biome. This was due to 343 cutting around 2/3 of content well into development just to ship the game within 7 years. There was also no way to replay main missions, a basic feature every prior Halo game launched with. There was even no local co-op despite 343 promising they would never do this again after omitting it in Halo 5. Hell, there wasn't even online co-op this time. For the multiplayer, Infinite launched with less than half the maps Guardians did, and didn't even include modes that were staples of the franchise like SWAT. There was also no Forge mode, so players couldn't even make their own content to make up for 343's lack of maps. 343 also couldn't implement ray tracing in time for launch, but to be fair, this is pretty much a non-issue because even with full-path ray tracing, the graphics would still not compare to other first-party cross-generation games like Forza Horizon 5. And even with these poor graphics, the game did not run well, especially on PC, where it was one of the most poorly optimized games of 2021. And yes, that even includes the cutscenes, where for some bizarre reason, facial animations ran at 30 FPS. I could go on about the desync in multiplayer, battle pass issues, problematic microtransactions, etc., but you get the point.
When you look back on these last days, you will realize that all you've built was a tomb. Place where hope dies.
Look, to be clear, I don't think Halo Infinite is a bad game. The semi-open world, introduction of new gameplay mechanics like the grappling hook, and the great but small amount of multiplayer content that was there led to a lot of fun at launch. And to be fair to 343, a lot of the complaints have been fixed over the past year. But none of this takes away from the fact that even in 2023, Halo Infinite is not close to the game it should have been, considering it's 6 years in development and access to Microsoft's financial resources. And yes, especially at launch, it was a worse game than Halo 4 and 5. The two biggest complaints about Guardians was its horrendous story and lack of local co-op. Yet after 6 years, these problems still made their way to Infinite, and in the case of co-op, was actually in an even worse situation. I'm telling you now, the reason why the industry goes so hard at Guardians is because the general stink of the Xbox One's original vision has tainted the early exclusives the console released. Games like Guardians, Sunset Overdrive, and Quantum Break were all flawed, but they were still great games that don't get the respect they deserve. I mean, just look at this picture. Look at the consistent yet substantial updates Guardians multiplayer received over the first year. And this is on top of the 20 maps at launch, which is still more than Infinite has received 13 months after its launch. Are we really going to act like 343 are in a better position multiplayer-wise in 2023 than they were 7 years ago? It's objectively not true.
In 2019, 343 showed a new trailer, which is basically the final game's introduction sequence. This is far more interesting. It feels like the general quality of the rendering is more robust in this preview footage. For starters, the self-shadows and lighting are improved and the depth of field is of higher quality, plus the pilot's skin exhibits proper subsurface scattering. In addition, the animation feels more natural and less exaggerated. It still very much looks like something that should be possible in real time though, but there's an extra layer of quality here I think that's missing in the final game.
As for Halo 4, the biggest issues were its COD-inspired multiplayer, its soundtrack, and unambitious level design. Fair points, but all can be somewhat forgiven. After all, Bungie were the ones who introduced COD-like elements into Halo multiplayer with Halo Reach. No one out there was going to compete with Martin O'Donnell's work on their first attempt at a Halo OST, and Halo 4's corridor-like design was hamstrung by a console that was released 7 years earlier. Even Bungie got slated when it was announced that Halo 3's resolution was sub-HD, so there was no way 343 could get away with bad graphics in favour of opening up level design. Besides, it was their first game, and yet they still got a lot right, like the story, that's comparable to what Sony's producing at Naughty Dog in Santa Monica. If anything, seeing just how much worse 343 storytelling has gotten from game to game is a testament that something is clearly wrong. If they just did the easier thing and followed Halo 4's blueprint, Master Chief could easily be seen with the same reverence Kratos currently is.
Come on, Chief. Take a girl for a ride.
Whether or not you agree that Halo 4 and 5 were better games overall, there's no arguing that Halo Infinite absolutely didn't go to plan. It didn't even make its initial 2020 release alongside the series consoles because its underwhelming E3 demo shamed it into a delay. Even in 2023, the situation is still so bad that the only relevant question is, can 343 even recover from this? I say yes, but 343 needs to be brave enough to make the big decision, and Phil Spencer needs to be brave enough to enforce real consequences if they don't. What's this decision? 343 needs to abandon Halo Infinite as soon as possible, in favour of a current-gen only sequel that uses Unreal Engine 5.
But this wasn't the mission.
The missions changed. They always do.
343 can't develop enough content for Infinite's multiplayer due to its use of the notoriously difficult Slipspace engine. A move to Unreal 5 solves this because when a new developer is hired, months aren't wasted learning a new engine. An especially important aspect for Microsoft, considering its hiring practices only allow contract workers, which make up a significant amount of 343 staff, to be employed for 18 months. Sure, Microsoft will have to pay Epic to use the engine, which is obviously more expensive than using a proprietary one. But if you can pay $69 billion for Activision, I think you can license the industry's most popular engine. For the single-player campaign, 343 just need to keep it simple. Between the amount of senior management and even 343 head Bonnie Ross departing, it's clear something was wrong with the actual structure of 343. I don't think it's fair for me to even attempt to assign blame on one person, because I obviously wasn't there. And hopefully, the changes that have been made have taken these mistakes into account. After all, it was 343 themselves who said Infinite suffered from internal instability, as it was split into fiefdoms of conflicting decisions that resulted in 4 or 5 games being developed simultaneously. This lack of cohesion just isn't acceptable with such an important IP. We don't need the promise of ongoing content for the campaign. We don't want to have to read books or play Halo Wars to understand the story. Just iterate on Infinite's semi-open world with a simple Master Chief focused story. Finally, the game also needs to be current gen only, because yes, the 2013 Xbox One that was already considered weak when it launched will be a problem. I actually plan on doing a whole video dedicated to how weaker hardware absolutely can hold back game design, so do be on the lookout for that. Considering we're now over 2 years into the generation though, this would be a guarantee anyways, so let's move on. I know what I'm proposing is drastic, but Halo Infinite is now so tarnished that I don't see how it can ever have the success it was meant to, even if it becomes the game it was always meant to be. Better to learn from your mistakes, cut your losses, and show what a revamped 343 is capable of in a new game that fans will give a clean slate. Now, if that game also fails for similar reasons, or 343 just refused to move on from Infinite, Phil needs to do what's right and take Halo away. I know they were created specifically to continue the franchise, but what's the point of owning so many titans in the first-person genre, like id, Machine Games, and Obsidian, if they can't have the opportunity to take what Phil said himself is Xbox's most important IP and create a game worthy of that importance? I guarantee that no Xbox fan would complain, and 343 would only have themselves to blame if the once unthinkable became their reality. Microsoft had their not E3 but E3 showcase early in the month, and followed it up with an extended look 2 days later. Both were solid showings. But in the wake of Redfall and Starfield being delayed into 2023, by far the biggest message Xbox had to get across is that their first-party development across Xbox Game Studios had made significant progress since we last saw them. This didn't happen. This didn't even come close to happening, and it's already a huge problem that's going to worsen as time goes on. I know what Xbox apologists are thinking right now. But Alex, Sarah Bond came out shortly after a strong showing of Redfall, and she told us that the rest of the conference is just what's coming over the next 12 months. There sure was a lot of games shown, certainly enough that everyone is going to find at least a few things of interest, and they'll almost certainly be day one on Game Pass. I'm mainly excited for High on Life and especially Redfall, the next game made by the studio that made Prey 2017. That's probably my most anticipated game for next year now, after that showcase.
Oh shit, blood bag! I know we're here, look alive!
This one is mine. Going up!
In a vacuum, I really like this idea, but this was not the year to adopt this short-term strategy, because more than ever, people's faith in Xbox's ability to produce first-party content on a consistent basis is at an all-time low in the Series S and X era. Let me break it down. As it stands, Fable, Avowed, Day of Decay 3, and Everwild are all games that were announced with shitty CG trailers at the conference in 2020, and we have yet to see them again. The same can be said for Contraband and The Outer Worlds 2 in 2021. Then there's the Perfect Dark reboot, Machine Games' Indiana Jones, Project Mara, and probably more I'm forgetting, but even still, that's 9 first-party games we straight up haven't seen for at least a year. It's not a good look that there's so many first-party games announced, and yet we're only getting Pentiment, and each game you'll be done within a weekend for the whole of 2022. Sure, PlayStation and Nintendo both delay games regularly. It's totally understandable given the pandemic state of the world. Yet, they have still found a way to release at least a decent amount of blockbuster content in 2022.
Let's go! Come here! I got something for you! Thank you!
I can only think of two reasons why this is the case, and neither put Phil and the rest of the team in a good light. Either they announced these games way too early, and the last 2 years have basically been smoke and mirrors to try and get you to buy an Xbox Series console well before they had first-party content anywhere close to being ready for release. Or Xbox, despite all the financial backing of Microsoft, are still finding it difficult to produce games on a consistent basis. A big problem that's plagued them for well over 7 years now. In my opinion, both reasons are applicable depending on the studio, and so this is officially episode 0 of a series I'm calling The State of Xbox Game Studios. Each episode will have a look at one of their now 30-ish development studios, and we're going to find out what went wrong or right with each one. So if you're like me and want to figure out exactly why Microsoft still can't seem to get this aspect right ever since Phil Spencer took over, subscribe and look out for future episodes. Hopefully we can get some more info on at least a few of them before I'm done going through the over 30 teams. But seriously, play Parade 2017 though. It's the best Bethesda game from last gen, and it's now 1440p, 60 FPS, Auto HD on Series X.
We can fight the invasion. If I can't save us, I'm taking every last one of them with me.
What's up everybody, and welcome to the final episode of my State of Xbox Studios series, at least for the time being until other acquisitions officially close. If you stuck with me the whole way, first off, thank you so much for taking the time to do so, and I hope my videos were able to give you a better understanding of Xbox's 23 studios. As we've now analysed them all, it's time to take a 30,000 feet view of the situation and put each studio into 3 tiers. The first one being for developers we have full confidence in, the second being for developers where there is some hesitation but are also just as likely to have a lot of success, and the third being for lost causes like 343 Industries. I've obviously already done this, and I think you'll be surprised on the key problem I figured out, which Microsoft needs to fix if it wants to compete with Sony and Nintendo's first-party games in the long term. Let's get into it.
I'm here, baby.
For me personally, the Xbox studios I have complete confidence in are the following: Ninja Theory, The Coalition, Turn 10, World's Edge, Zenimax Online, Arkane, Moyang, Obsidian, InXile, and Double Fine. Mark my words, The Coalition and Ninja Theory will utilize Unreal Engine 5 to create graphically amazing worlds with engaging stories. Double Fine and Arcane's quirkiness will bring excellent unique experiences to Game Pass, and Zenimax Online and Moyang will keep raking in that cash, which can then be given to studios like Obsidian and InXile, who always had insane talent but weren't able to showcase it in the AAA arena due to a lack of financial resources as an independent developer. For the studios where there is some hesitation, I've got to include Compulsion Games, Machine Games, Roundhouse Studios, Tango Gameworks, Xbox Game Studios Publishing, Rare, Bethesda Game Studios, id, and Playground Games. This is because they all have something to prove before they can be bumped up. Especially for Machine and Playground, this isn't an indictment on their talent. Wolfenstein and Forza Horizon compete with franchises from any other publisher. It's just that Indiana Jones and Fable are completely different experiences, so they need to prove they can branch out successfully if they're going to take on such beloved IP. For id, they did a phenomenal job of modernizing Doom, but they also need to prove they can modernize their other IP like the rumored Quake game. Compulsion and Roundhouse still need to prove they can even make a good game, but they're in this tier because I have a feeling this was more due to extenuating circumstances than because of actual talent. Especially with Microsoft funding them now, let's hope they prove this feeling right. Finally, it's not looking great for Everwild right now, but Rare's immense success with Sea of Thieves means they'll always at least be in this tier. As for the tier of no confidence that no one wants to be in, I'm including 343, Undead Labs, The Initiative, and AlphaDog, as I think the chance of failure is far higher than them producing anything of substance this console generation. If Perfect Dark is even a respectable reboot when it comes out in 2025 or later, the staff exodus from The Initiative means that credit would go to Crystal Dynamics anyways. Undead Labs has released 3 games in its life, yet all 3 were completely broken at launch. I don't see why this time would be any different, especially as it's been over 2 years since State of Decay 3's announcement without a second marketing beat or a second of gameplay. AlphaDog is so irrelevant that they're not even worth mentioning beyond this sentence. And as for 343, well, put it this way, Halo Infinite was supposed to be the flagship Xbox game this generation. Instead, its 6-year development and post-launch content has been such a train wreck that it was the only game to get its own video in this series. Especially with the recent layoffs that took out a third of the workforce, there's no way 343 is going to produce anything of value in the short term.
I'm very worried about the future of Halo. I don't know how you lay off a quarter of your staff when you were already struggling to support the game and keep multiplayer functional, and now a quarter of your staff's gone, including a ton of people in the art department. 343's released their statement. We released our story corroborating some of the stuff that we've heard behind the scenes. They're saying, we dispelled those rumors. But at the end of the day, what former employees are telling us are not good things. This is very concerning, and a 2-sentence statement doesn't do a lot to ease my concerns for the campaign DLC we were supposed to get.
And when they say, yeah, Master Chief and Cortana, they're staying here at 343, I'm like, okay, but with what team? And Ryan, you hit on this too. It's like, you say this, but how can you say this?
So I know what you're probably thinking. I put 10 studios in the top tier, 9 in the middle tier, and only 4 in the bottom tier. How can there be a key problem for Microsoft if the number is so clearly weighted in favor of the good tiers? Because of this one simple fact. Microsoft quadrupled their first-party portfolio in order to take back market share they lost to Sony last generation. But these developers are not equal to each other when it comes to convincing the millions of PS4 owners out there to switch over to Xbox. In my opinion, the 5 studios that should be able to achieve this are the following: 343, The Initiative, Bethesda Game Studios, Playground Games, and Xbox Game Studios Publishing. Do you see Microsoft's problem now? None of them are in the top tier, as there are issues with all of them. For 343, they were handed the keys to Xbox's most important franchise, and yet here we are. Halo is in such a dire situation that when layoffs hit Microsoft to reduce overall headcount, instead of going to the objectively less important studios like Compulsion or InXile, Phil Spencer gutted 343 the most. These layoffs are perhaps the biggest indictment that Microsoft themselves have no faith in 343 to shepherd Halo. So why should potential Xbox buyers have faith in Xbox's first-party output as a whole if they have failed so badly with their most important IP? A similar critique can also be given to The Initiative. When they were founded in 2018, they were billed as the first ever quadruple-A studio, whose sole purpose was to create cinematic experiences that rivals what Naughty Dog and Santa Monica have shipped. Well, it's now 5 years later, and all they've had to show is one CG trailer, a mass exodus that included staff going back to their old companies in demoted roles, and the unprecedented move to bring in a huge third-party developer to ship Perfect Dark for them. Again, by bringing in Crystal Dynamics, Microsoft tells us they have no faith that The Initiative can become the quadruple-A studio they were meant to be. They have objectively failed to become Xbox's Naughty Dog. So if you're a PS4 owner who loves these cinematic experiences, why would you switch to Xbox right now when they have just shown they can't make them at a studio specifically built to do so?
I'm passionate about making sure that we deliver stories and premises that stand alongside our peers in TV and movies.
We wanted to create a world that people would be excited to come back to, something that was unique and had its own flavor. And that's sort of where we came to the idea of eco-sci-fi.
There's been an ecological disaster that affected the world on a global scale, but these corporations came in and they developed new technology. And for your average person, it's pretty awesome.
It's a hopeful world on the surface, but once you scratch past it, there's a lot of things to probably be thought about and maybe stopped.
As for Bethesda Game Studios, they're incredibly important as they're Bethesda Softworks' premier developer, who came to Xbox in the then unprecedented purchase of a whole publisher by a console maker. This industry-changing move showed Xbox would do what it takes to gain back market share, but BGS's games since Skyrim haven't been close to that quality. In fact, the only reason why I didn't place them in the bottom tier is because after the commercial and/or critical failures of Fallout Shelter, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and Elder Scrolls Blades, Bethesda and Microsoft surely know they have to get Starfield right, or BGS's place in the industry as a prestige developer, a guaranteed 90+ Metacritic masterpieces, will permanently disappear. But if you're a PS4 owner, you're going to wait to see which way this goes, especially as there's already concerning factors like the year delay and that it might only run at 30 FPS.
I think for our games, I'm more of a 30 frames a second fidelity person. If I'm playing like a Forza or something, or a sports game where I can really, I think it matters for what I'm experiencing, I prefer 60. But for our style game, I honestly feel 30 feels great, and I'd rather have all the little bits and shiny pixels and be able to pick up the cups and, you know, I like that level of immersion.
For Xbox Game Studios Publishing and Playground, the story is a little different. They both already had great success this generation, and both are clearly talented entities with competent leadership. But they both ultimately need to prove themselves in certain ways if they're going to convince PS4 owners to switch to Xbox this generation. For XGSP, they're in the unique situation of directly competing with Sony's third-party exclusives. And as good as Microsoft Flight Simulator, Ori, and As Dusk Falls were, let's be real, these games aren't system sellers, and they're not convincing the masses to subscribe to Game Pass. And as promising as their upcoming games like Aura and Contraband could be, these games don't hold the same weight as the big guns like PS5's Silent Hill 2, Final Fantasy 16, and the potential MGS1 remake. They need to start signing deals of this magnitude on a consistent basis to really convince agnostic gamers that by going with Xbox, they'll still get a ton of important third-party exclusives, even if they miss out on some on PS5. Hopefully Kojima's Overdose is the first of that trend, but they need to sign more big games that are going to be coming out earlier, especially as Kojima's PS5 exclusive Death Stranding 2 will ship before Overdose comes to Xbox.
これよりコジプロ新オフィスに潜入するダイハードマンですというわけでね、行きましょう。でっかいテレビが。あ、これ知ってる。監督の SNS で見た。これで映画鑑賞会とかやってんでしょ。背もたれないから体感にいいね。ああ、ここすごいな。ここいいな。ここで寝ちゃうな。こんな場所で会議したら寝ちゃうな、僕だったら。アイデア湧く人もいるけど、あとみかんとかせんべいとかね。相撲見たくなるね。畳で。
As for Playground, again, I'm absolutely not putting any shade on them. Forza Horizon is a prestige franchise that has not only outclassed the mainline Forza Motorsport series, but has also put Sony's Gran Turismo to shame. But at the end of the day, it's just a racing game, and you can't relate to a car like you can to characters such as Joel and Kratos, even if the quality of the games are comparable. Playground need their own mascot, and Fable can provide one. However, we haven't seen anything since the CG announcement trailer over 2.5 years ago, because as it's their first non-racing game, it's naturally taking some time. I've no doubt that when Fable launches, it will be a great game, but if it launches in mid-2024 or later, over half the console generation will have passed. Therefore, despite Playground's S-tier talent, their third-person game is just going to arrive too late to try and convince many PS4 owners to move to Xbox. The likes of Halo Infinite, Starfield, Ragnarok, and Spider-Man 2 will have made that decision for them. Hopefully I'm wrong and they can still get out by March 2024 at the latest, but I just don't see this happening.
Every year is critical. I don't find this year to be more or less critical. Yeah, I feel good about our momentum. Obviously, we're going through some adjustments right now that are painful, but I think necessary. But it's really to set us up and the teams for long-term success. From a production standpoint, we're coming out of all of the COVID at home, and I think we've got a better working rhythm as an industry and things that are going on. And I'm excited. As an industry, when I think about this year, I do think about the state of production in AAA games, and games have become really, always become big. Every year people have bigger ideas and bigger plans for the games that we're building, but ensuring that teams are set up for success in the games that we're building across the industry, that do we really have kind of the necessary skills on production to make sure that when we make commitments to our customers about when games are coming, we can deliver at the quality and the timing that we expect.
All in all, I think it's fair to say that even without Activision, Xbox already has a great stable of first-party developers that will guarantee excellent games for series consoles this generation. In this sense, the state of Xbox is in a better place for its more consistent first-party releases alone. As of 2 years into the generation, whatever the likes of Double Fine, Tango, and Obsidian have released aren't the games that will convince the millions of PS4 owners to switch over and gain back the market share lost due to Don Matrick. And when looking at the games that can do this, they have either completely failed in Halo Infinite, is not guaranteed to be the masterpiece it needs to be in Starfield, have already failed before release in the quadruple A Perfect Dark, or will just take too long to release in Fable and Overdose. Simply put, by the time heavy hitters really start falling, the generation will just be too far in for them to take back significant market share. Even looking at the next 6 months, the likes of Age of Empires, Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport, Hi-Fi Rush, and Redfall will sell fewer Xboxes than Ragnarok sold PS5s at the end of last year, because when it comes to being a system seller, there's just levels to this. I still do think Xbox will take back some market share this generation, but instead of Sony having around 70% like last time, it will be like 60%, which, let's be real, is still quite bad, and certainly not what Phil Spencer wanted. That being said, Sony better watch out, because by the time this generation ends, Xbox will have shown that it can now compete on the first-party front, with currently obscure developers like Obsidian, InXile, and Ninja Theory introducing themselves to the masses with games that showcase their talent under a Microsoft budget, and can even replace the objective failures of games like Halo Infinite and Perfect Dark as the S-tier first-party games. At that point, Microsoft will be in a position to even surpass PlayStation in the next generation if they aren't careful. Unfortunately for Xbox fans, they just got to wait for the next generation for this to become a possibility. Because the truth is, Xbox's failures over the past couple of years have been where it matters most, meaning it just can't beat PlayStation in the short term.